what a finish. What a man.
The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit.
And that was it. And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout push.
Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
Double 12. It is
got
a
the
dream
third
leg for
Leonard
the
Gates.
American Leonard Gates.
Spectacular from Gemma Hayter.
Third leg.
So this is for the match. That's for the win.
Oh, it's
Shot on the
beautiful
second
from
leg,
Martin Thomas.
Oh, he gets it this time. That's absolutely majestic.
Probably a bad time to make
Shot
that
on
point,
fifth
wasn't it?
leg.
Hello, good morning. Welcome along to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the MODUS Super Series on a historic day as Peter Achuri makes sure that Kenya is the 39th different nation represented in this tournament. Get the vuvuzelas at the ready because I'm sure there's going to be plenty of fun and plenty of drama involving him. Scott Mitchell is alongside me for the ride in this Group A. Scott, great to see you. We were speaking earlier on this morning about this group and it feels so open for somebody to go and win it.
Yeah, it really does. At the moment, when you sit there and watch it, you think, oh, there's any one of four can sort of grab it at the top. And you think the two new guys that are coming in, it's going to be a tough time for them because the four are pretty established here. But we've seen people on debut, like Andy Davison and people, just go and storm group. So what do we know? We were looking at the paper, but we don't play darts on paper.
We don't. We play it on the board, and it was on the board on Saturday, that Reece Robinson was picking up his third weekly title. He's somebody now that's become an experienced campaigner in terms of winning here, and the first player through the Champions League that's done so previously.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, to be honest, he didn't have to do a great deal. The averages weren't anything special to write home about in that final, but it's all about getting over the line, and we've seen with the World Seniors at the weekend, nobody puts the averages on the trophy, Ross Montgomery said, and he's absolutely right. So he sort of goes and joins our list of weekly winners, and you know, the lineup's looking a new fresh face lineup for Champions Week.
It's fair to say in Reece's case, winning breeds winning.
Yeah, very much so. I think he's one of those players that sort of bounces off of doing good stuff himself. I mean, we saw at one point last week tops for a 120. That's how flamboyant he is. Sometimes that winds your opponent up, makes him try a little bit too hard against you. But whatever it is, he ended up being the champion at the end of the week, and he goes on to the show.
So Reece Robinson through to his third championship, the only player to have done so previously. Shane McGirt, the WDF world champion, is also in there. And then you've got debutants in Sam Spivey, Jensen Walker and Alex Moore. That is how the Championship Wall of Honour looks. But what is Week 6 going to bring us here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth? This is the tournament bracket for the week ahead. Peter Achuri of Kenya, but he's going to be the headline name, the big debutant in the field. Leonard Gates comes in here following the disappointment of the World Seniors Championship at the weekend. Noah Lynn van Leuven back for her first appearance of 2025. Later on in the week, we're going to see the likes of Gemma Hayter and Martin Thomas in action as well. Look, all of their headlines is going to be about Peter Achuri. I suppose he's become a little bit of a cult hero, hasn't he, over the last few months? Everyone saw the videos of that African qualifier for the World Championship. And I think there's a lot of people on social media that have been clamoring to see him here, and we finally get the opportunity to see him on that stage.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's great to see darts flourishing in these types of countries. And yeah, we all saw those clips and how amazing that was and what an atmosphere that was in the place. And now we're going to get him to see him here, but he's going to find here at the Live Lounge, it's very different. It's quiet, not so many people in. You can hear a pin drop in here. So we'll find out what he's like under a very different circumstance to when he qualified for the World Championship.
Well, he's 33-1 to win the week. These are the odds for the whole week. Leonard Gates goes off the 13-5 favourite. But when you look at the openness of this week, is there value to be had in certain places?
Yeah, I think so. I think Noah Lynn's a bit of value there at 10-1. We know what she can do at her best, but she has had a month off. What she's going to be like, whether she's going to need to whether she'll go through Group A or whether she's going to need the 5 days this week to get to Saturday and then be right on her game then. And I also think Scott Campbell's not bad value at 8-1 there, and Barry Copeland there. There's a few. There is absolutely a few now you look down the list.
May well be following the theme of the series being very open. It's 18+, gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series today. Right, Peter Achuri's about to make his debut here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. He's going to take to the stage for the very first time, but before that, let's hear from him. I spoke to him earlier on this morning. Peter, very warm welcome to the MODUS Super Series. How much are you looking forward to this week?
You can see. How is that? Go ahead. Mm-hmm. Sijashika kitu. I think it will be nice. It will just be nice for me. Because I have come to pray. Yeah.
How good an opportunity is this for you? And have you ever played in anything like this before?
I haven't ever played an event like this, though. I think this is my first event to be here, yeah, or to be an event like this. I haven't ever been, yeah. I think this is an golden opportunity yeah, to have to come to here, yeah.
We saw you play at the World Championship qualifier, and what was that experience like? And since you've had a little bit of fame, what's the last few months been like since that World Championship qualifier?
I was not playing with any intention, though. I found myself here, and that's why I mean, yeah, I have been practicing anyway, yeah, like that.
We're really looking forward to seeing you here. We wish you all the very best. Good luck.
Thank you.
Well, it's a debut that plenty of people have been clamouring for, and we are about to see Peter Achuri takes to the stage, and his first assignment is one of the most experienced campaigners here at the MODUS Super Series. Colin Osborne back for a 12th appearance here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, twice a weekly winner, and perhaps in keeping with the theme of the series so far, he is the only weekly winner in the field. So if he doesn't make it through, then we are guaranteed a 5th new face in Champions Week from the first 6 weeks of competition. Well, Peter Achuri from Nairobi in Kenya made his name at the World Championship qualifier. He narrowly missed out on his debut at the Alexandra Palace, and he takes on Colin Osborne, the 49-year-old from Middlesbrough, the Wizard, twice a weekly winner here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And Scott Mitchell's going to be alongside us for the duration of this Group A campaign. And we were speaking before play got underway that it's very difficult to make heads or tails as to who the favourite's going to be and who the real contenders are going to be, because particularly look at the top 4 in the betting: Gates, Osborne, Noah Lynn and Barry Copeland. All the action is going to be refereed by Jack Garwood over the course of this Monday morning. Doesn't feel like there's really too much to split the power 4 players in the group.
No, not at all. And we do know that Colin Lloyd has been here an awful lot, as you say, his 12th appearance.
60.
Yeah, Colin Lloyd has been donning this stage longer than some of the paint has.
$43.
It definitely gives his opponents a bit of time and space away from the gnocchi between throws, and
41.
came ever so close to qualifying through. Lost out in the end to Cameron Carrollison in that World Championship qualifier. 105 players were in the field in Nairobi. He's into a 3-1 lead in that particular match. Carrollison then ran off 4 straight legs before
81.
Venturi made it 5 apiece. They traded 4 consecutive holes to set up a last leg decider where Venturi then wired double 17 for a 154 checkout, and then Carolissa would go on to win that game 8-7 and
140.
make his mark at the World Championship. But it is important in terms of the development of darts across the world. The opportunities are there across the globe. And for Kenya,
121.
it's the 39th different nation to be represented at the Super Series.
Yeah, absolutely. And I, like I say, I keep wax lyrical about this
81.
absolutely superb MODUS Super Series and how it is developing players across the globe. And that just goes to show 39 countries having been represented here in the live lounge
100.
at
Colin, you
Portsmouth
require
is
156.
what's starting to make this venue a very iconic venue. It's starting to become up there, be up there with the Alley Pallies and the Lakesides. It's now on people's
60.
bucket list to want to come
BT
and play
require
here
98.
in the live lounge at Portsmouth. And all the time that is happening, this always has a future.
Well, to the immediate now, double 18 for Venturi to take the
James
opening
Chandler's
leg.
First leg, Peter
And
Venturi.
doing so with a 98 checkout. Peter Venturi is on the board at the MODUS Super Series.
Second leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
And he's got a beaming smile from ear to ear all about it.
He does stand in a very strange place behind
100.
Colin. He stands over to the left-hand side, and I'm wondering why that is. There must be a story to that, but it's not like I can go and actually ask him, is it?
58.
I'm not sure whether his interpreter's still in the building by the end of the day, but
I mean, you could ask him, but you might put him off, Scott.
yeah, I wouldn't want to do that. We don't want to.
96.
Stands very, very far off towards the left-hand side. Actually, so close, he's pretty much tiptoeing next to the camera that's to the side of the board.
108.
And that's his first max in the building.
He...
And that's the first max of week 6 here at the Live Lounge.
Well, you can say that
100.
Venturi here is already making his mark. He's got one leg on the board, and now his first 180. Yeah, got a little bit to do on the thinking and the counting, hasn't he? Left himself on a bogey 163.
$145.
But he could have gone any which way with the last dart. Decides to go 25 to leave himself on 60 after 12 to level his match up at one apiece.
Yeah, with Venturi on 163, there was no need to
137.
do anything else
Colin, you require 60.
than leave the 60 because, well, and Venturi's left himself his favourite double 13.
Game shot on the
But he
second
doesn't
leg,
get to
Colin
it.
Osborne.
So, I think one thing we have established in this first couple
Third
of
leg,
legs,
it's
we're
Peter
going to have
throw
to
first.
keep an eye on
Game
the
on.
way that Peter goes. He's going to be a spotter's nightmare here.
$140.
Spotter's nightmare, or the spotter is a nightmare?
No, just the spotter's nightmare.
He's got off to a strong start here, actually averaging in excess of a ton, 101.45. I know it's only a couple of legs in. I give you that caveat, but looks like he's settling. Doesn't look as if he's overly
60.
phased or overly nervous about things, does he?
No, he doesn't.
$140.
He's definitely starting to bring the best out in Colin Osborne, that's for sure.
$60. 140.
Osborne looking at a 180 there. He poked at it a bit with his last dart. It wasn't the same rhythm as the first two.
42. Colin, you require 161.
So 161 for Colin Osborne, and he has got 6 darts from here to open up a 2-1 advantage with a break of throw.
I'll head for the
65.
25 and just make the shot easier for a 2-dart combo. Leaves himself 96. Wachuri back on 199.
60. Colin, you require 96.
For the break, and to steal a march in the match. Stays there. For double 8. Finds the
on
double
third
8.
leg.
And
Colin
gets the
Osborne.
break. Osborne leads 2-1, and the story of this game so far has been a case of combination
Full flag.
finishes.
It's Colin to throw first.
Going for both players,
Game on.
Achuri with the 98 and now Osborne with the 96.
One 100. Three. $55. $59.
Well, I know this is the first of 8 sessions this week that we're bringing to you live on Pluto TV. The morning sessions will be
85.
with Scott Mitchell and yours truly, and then we will have the expertise of Teesside's second finest player in this building this week, with Glenn Durrant joining us from Thursday onwards.
22.
I had a feeling that Wachuri there was going to hit another 3, 2 in a leg.
44.
I know this probably sounds a fairly obvious statement to make, but it has been a little bit hit and miss from Peter. When he's hitting well. But I think what we've established very quickly is it
59.
does look like it's all going to be in one direction or the other. When it's good, it's going to be very good, but maybe the mediocre stuff may just be a little bit more patchy.
I think the word we're looking for is a bit of a first dart chaser, isn't he? If the first dart is right, but he would have never been up against, without being too disrespectful, the likes of people going treble visit after treble visit after treble visit, and that's what he's faced so far in this leg, and
Colin,
it's
you require 40.
left him being a little nervy, I think.
Well, it's constantly facing the standard game in, game out. Now, we know the top level in Africa is good, but Devon Peterson's spoken about this in the past. The standard's getting better, but what it needs is for there to be an influx of players to improve.
20.
And opportunities like this is only going to help that development. And a bit like our friend Dick Torres last week, who was saying exactly the same thing about darts in Cyprus. It needs the opportunities of players to get better. Places like Kenya
6.
and across the continent of
Colin, you
Africa
require
still need those
20.
opportunities and needs these chances to improve the overall standard.
Gets
Yeah,
on the
I
full
fully
flag.
agree as Colin Osborne takes leg 4 there and a 3-1 lead.
Fifth leg. It's Peter to throw first. Game on.
I think that's the same with anything. I think if you look at the way the PDC has evolved, it's been exactly the same for players from varying continents on that, with
140.
being introduced into the World Championships through their own qualifiers, and which Peter's done. And I think over the years we're seeing the improvement of those players who are
59.
arriving on these shores to play in those World Championships. And again, it's going to be the same here. We've got to offer opportunities. Those doors have been opened, and we're seeing stuff like this.
100.
And development has to start somewhere, no matter where the region is, no matter where players ply their trade. And look, Peter Vachuri gave it a dart of qualifying for Alexandra
58.
Palace in December. He was a second place player in a 105 player field at the qualifier for the World back in September.
41.
So we know there's a ability, but again, it's holding out that consistency when you're constantly going to get pushed and probed.
Yeah, but like we said, top of the show, no vuvuzelas in here. There's just a couple of old boys around. There's a couple of inhalers, but there's no vuvuzelas.
That's the best joke you've ever told, Scott.
95.
I'm here for 3 days, kid.
Could be a long 3 days at this rate. Now, Vachuri's left 1-2-5 to get another leg back, but Colin Osborne's looking to make his move and finish this game off once and for all. Vachuri looking at 1-2-5 to bring it back to 3-2. Double 20 tops. Not to be, and so Osborne has a match-winning chance here. He's already taken out to 96. Can he take out the 104 to win it?
Nice from Vachuri there to leave 20, so there's pressure on the 104. So it's tops for Osborne then.
84.
Just underneath, so Vachuri gets another chance
20.
to take a leg. What's he like over there at the double tens? Heading off to fives. And he hits it.
Fifth leg, Peter Vachuri.
Smack bang centre. So already we can see from Vachuri that he is,
Sixth flag, it's Colin to the reverse.
when he gets to that double, could be a very dangerous opponent. He's just got to string those scores together.
But Osborne here has the darts to get the job done, to get his
97.
opening win of the week. As you mentioned, he's the experienced campaigner in this group, in this week. He's the one that has had the most success in this building in the past. In fact, he's won 2 weekly titles in this building, and he picked up another 4 back when this was the then live league in Southampton.
43. $83. $80. $100.
Well, Osborne had chances to win the game in the previous leg. He couldn't take him, and Vachuri's beginning to make some headway on the Osborne throw.
100.
And he's going to get 6 here from 218 to take us all the way to a last leg decider. And that 140 leads himself on a 2-darter after 12.
Vachuri here is showing that he can be dangerous.
$100. PT requires 78.
So to take us all the way. Triple 18 leads double 12. And we're going the distance. That's a 14-darter for Peter Vachuri. Enjoyed that. And for 3-1 behind, he's taken us all the way.
Leg. It's Peter to throw first. Game on.
Well, Peter Vachuri is embracing every single second. Colin Osborne would rather have been off the stage by now because he knows he should have had the match wrapped up.
And fair play to Peter. He should enjoy every second.
26.
He found that a little bit funny, and you could see he was enjoying it. Even though it was a 26, I think it was a sarcastic smile for himself there from
100.
Vachuri.
And I'm sure the African continent was buoyed by Devon Peterson's success at the ADC Global Championship back in December. He picked up that title by beating Adam Lipscomb by 9 legs to 3 in that particular finale. Osborne makes his move in this last leg decider. And he mentioned the phrase from garage to grandstand, and Devon said he hoped that that success would spark further successes on the continent.
41.
Yeah, no, he did. And I think he quite rightly put it across in a very good way, as Devon does, very articulate in what he says. And I think he's totally correct. Garage to grandstand is absolutely superb kind of phrase. And unfortunately, Maturi's scoring has deserted him here on a leg that he would have been favourite because he started.
Osborne, having seen Maturi level the match up with a 14 darter, could have a 14 darter of his own to claim the win. Peter Maturi battled back valiantly to force a last leg decider, but the truth be told, he ran out of steam in it. Osborne consistently the better player in this match. And picks the points up as a result. He gets over the line against Peter Maturi in a last leg decider. It was hard work for the Wizard in the end. A beaming smile on the face of Peter Maturi. And even Jack Garwood gets a hug. You don't get many of them, trust me. But Colin Osborne averaged just under 92, 4 for 9 on his doubles. It was a solid start for him. Coming up after the break, we will see Leonard Gates in action for the very first time. This week he takes on Barry Copeland.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
What a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. Time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Colin Osborne got the better of Peter Achuri by 4 legs to 3. Next up for us, we've got Leonard Gates in action, fresh from an appearance at the Circus Tavern and the World Seniors Championship at the weekend. He takes on Barry Copeland, who is back for his second appearance here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. The last time he was here, he made it through to the Saturday night. He's looking to do so for a second consecutive occasion. Up against Leonard Gates, who has qualified 5 times in 6 appearances here at the Super Series. He's done pretty much everything in this building apart from win a week here. He's hit a 9 darts, he's made it through to a few finals, but is yet to cross the finishing line. But for Leonard, he'll be hoping that fresh off the back of that disappointment, he can come back very quickly and win here for the very first time. He takes on their daddy, but who is going to keep their cool in the furnace environment that is the MODUS Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Well, it's a meeting of the United States of America and Northern Ireland in our second match of the session. Scott Mitchell is alongside me for it. And in terms of Leonard Gates, look, he would have had serious expectations of, if not winning it, going very deep at the World Seniors Championship. Didn't quite work out that way for him. Does it help him, the fact that he's coming straight into proceedings here on the back of that?
Yeah, possibly, because I think when you've had what you class yourself as a disappointing defeat, you really don't want to be having to wait a long time to rectify that. So, and it also makes perfect sense that while Leonard is here in the country playing in something else, it makes perfect sense that he comes here before he shoots home. We always like to see him here at the Live Lounge.
Now, one thing's become apparent straight away. Leonard Gates thinks that there's a 2-table system in operation.
First leg, it's
now, the
Leonard
second
to
table
first.
is to break a bit of a secret, a little bit for display. And Leonard decided to put his dart case on there. And so if Barry Copeland wants, he's got 2 bottles of water to his discretion over the course of this match.
60.
This is what happens when you get taken to the PDC as a player. They play on a 2-table system there, don't they? So that's what he's thought here. He's thought, oh, 1 table's for me and 1 table's for you.
129.
Whenever Leonard Gates is in this building, something always
60.
tends to happen. Whether it be a miscount, whether there be a little bit of dad dancing. And I apologise for that in advance when that happened. I think Leonard may have just twigged that there's no water on his table.
85.
And that actually that table was not meant for him to put his dart case down in. But nonetheless, he's going to persevere.
55.
It's never dull when Leonard Gates plays, is it, Scott?
No, never dull when Lenny's here. He's now debating whether he should go and have a sip of one of those glasses of water, I think.
78.
It made me laugh if he took that glass of water and then took it all the way over to the next table.
41.
Used to have that at Lakeside where if you ran out of water in a longer sets of games, the magic hand would come up and over the top of the table and just put a new
59.
bottle on and take the empty one off.
Off an invoice, didn't it, at the Lakeside?
Yeah, that
140. Barry require 150.
Yeah, you'll bill for it at the end of the week. How much water you drunk?
150 for Copeland. He's not going to go, so Gates is going to get a look at the 145 to save his throw on the opening leg, and he's going to have to take it out because Copeland's left himself on 32. Treble 15. Doesn't go.
95. Barry require 32.
25 left. Has decided to hit the 25 to leave himself on 50. Copeland 32. Double 8. goes.
Yeah, solid
Copeland's one
first
up.
leg, Barry
And that
Copeland.
might be the type of leg we see so often from Barry Copeland this week. Steady 6-visit legs
Second leg,
that will
it's
get
Barry to
enjoyed,
throw
particularly
first.
in a group like this,
Game on.
potentially.
Yeah, absolutely. I see he's called the daddy, but he could also be Barry the baddie. I think maybe somebody should spin that round. But no, he's a really good guy. Been around for an awful long time. As Barry Copeland, I've always got on well with him. He is a very passionate man about his darts. And when he comes and puts his foot to the hockey, there are rare that you find as fierce a competitor as Barry Copeland.
60.
One up at the World Masters back in 2022 in Assen, Netherlands. Lost to Wesley Plaisir. That was the first of the 2 titles that he won in that particular competition. Remember Neil Duff saying to me before his debut here, Barry, watch out for him because he's got ability. And we knew he had ability. He played at Lakeside before that, made the World Masters final. And we feel like maybe opportunity passed him by in terms of winning. I think the last time he was here got through to the semi-finals, the week that Steve West would end up winning in the end.
He definitely uses ability. There's no two ways about that. And he likes to take opportunities. And this is a good opportunity for him. He doesn't want to be here all week. He'll want to be done after 3 days and having a rest. He'll be wanting to do it the Neil Duff way.
28.
Where he doesn't want to play too much if he can help it. But I know him and Duff are very good mates.
Tots are 2-0.
52.
Has got time.
As you can see from Barry there, what he thought of missing that double. He's a fiery character.
140. Barry required
Now,
20.
one thing that we know about Leonard Gates is sometimes the mathematics may not always be as sharp as it is with other players. 140 there to leave 33,
Yeah,
but it's
the
irrelevant
second leg,
anyway.
Barry
Copeland 2 up.
Yeah, with Leonard Gates, he's a little bit like my bungalow when it comes to the end of legs. There's nothing upstairs.
Third leg, it's Leonard to throw first. Game on.
He sometimes forgets where he's going and what he's doing and makes a miscount. And if he could get that more spot on,
100.
how it's all about the leg is all about trying to do it in the minimum amount of legs possible. And somehow, at times, like that 173 that he had there, there was no need to go 140.
100.
You know, there was another dart somewhere else that would have left him a double, and he's got to start thinking about that a little more. He's been playing long enough now. He's got to sort those out.
140.
It's the only part of his game that I would change because I think the rest of him is absolutely perfect. What he's got upstairs, everything. He's got a perfect temperament for the game, but he's just got to get that last
58.
bit. Get his head out the shed on that last bit.
We have seen improvements in that department, but as you say, there's times where it does lapse still.
99.
And again, leaves himself 162, case in point. I mean, in this leg, he's going to get away with it because even a maximum wouldn't leave Barry on a finish. But there's going to be times in nip and tuck matches where it is going to come back to cost him at some point if it carries on.
$124.
You were saying, Henry?
140.
I don't think I was being
Energy
harsh.
required 38.
Maybe he wanted to leave double 19. I don't know. All I know is Leonard Gates is on the ball. Back to 2-1.
But whatever he does, it never seems to faze him because he
Fourth
has
leg,
the right
it's Barry to
mentality
throw
about the
first.
game.
Game on. $100. $83. 91. 45.
Now, I've actually had a text from one of the people that was working at the World Seniors, good friend of ours, Scott,
6.
that said that Gates opted twice at the Seniors to leave the bullseye over double 19.
Well, I'm going to go with the old adage. Well, he will do. He's a soft tip player, but apparently he plays equally amount of both. So, look, Leonard's here doing it. He's on our
82.
screens an awful lot. So he's doing something right, isn't he? To be making the TV ends of tournaments and.
Are we sometimes a little bit harsh on Leonard because we know how good Leonard is?
140.
And it is our job to highlight these things.
$59.
Copeland
Barry
has
require
got
110.
6 starts here from 110 to open up a 3-1 lead in this match. Triple 18 leaves the double. And that would have been for the
92.
first ton plus checkout of the week.
Didn't go begging by much, did it?
100. Barry require 18.
2 9s. 1 double 4. For 3-1. In it
Edge on
goes.
the full
And there's
flag,
the
Barry
fire
Copeland.
of Barry Copeland. You'll see the release of pent-up emotions when
Fifth
he
flag,
needs
it's
to.
Leonard to throw first. Game on.
Certainly getting himself at it all right.
140.
Let's talk about Leonard's record here because he's made 2 weekly finals in the past. Lost out to Owen Bates, good friend of ours here at the Super Series. Dev Tour win at the
97.
weekend. And Chaz Barstow in finals. He's knocked on the door on a few occasions as Leonard, but been unable to cross the finishing line. He's hit a 9 darter here as well. Against a player we're actually going to see later on in the week in Martin Thomas. He's going to be in Group C action on Thursday and Friday afternoon. So he's done pretty much everything but crossed the finishing line in terms of winning a week here.
100. 60.
Well, just a slight stoppage in play due to an issue. There's a bug in the system, always the way, isn't it, on a Monday morning? Computer always likes to say no, doesn't it? But we're getting towards a point where we're ready to resume. Just a short stoppage there. And so Copeland will resume 3:04 after 6 darts. Keeps it straight, he's on a finish.
140. Leonard, you require 161.
Good response that from Copeland on a slight break there. That can throw the player's concentration, and Copeland using all his experience there and came back with a 140. It was only
Barry
a
require
minimalistic
164.
sort of 25, 30 second break, but all the same, it can throw you. But coming back at this 164, not going to go. Another one of those will leave it handy. And there we go.
140.
Back-to-back
Leonard, you require
140s leave Copeland
101.
on 24. Leonard Gates left a little wanting on 101. Will he go big one? No, 9 for 32.
85.
Doesn't
Barry,
go,
you
and that could be the
require
last dart
94.
he throws. Copeland, double 12 for the match and a 4-1 win. Double 6. A commanding
Great
start
shot.
for
And
Barry
the match,
Copeland
Barry
as he
Copeland.
gets his campaign off to a winning start, and he lets us know he's off to a winning start. He gets the better of Leonard Gates by 4 legs to 1, and performance for Leonard, in which he had some highlight moments. The scoring was quite good, but there was a few moments in terms of the finishing which was quite interesting. Copeland 4, Gates 1, Noelin van Leuven and Donny Shearwater will go toe-to-toe on the other side of this short break.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
required
Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
MODUS
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
And welcome back to us here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth with the MODUS Super Series. We're on Series 10, Week 6 already. Yes, where's the time gone? And it's day 1 of Group A, and we're heading to our last group of matches in the first block. And after this one, everybody will have played one game, and we'll have a little look at how everybody is starting the day on Monday. We have Noah van Leuven here, taking on Donny Shearwater. Leuven, Series 8, Week 5 semi-finalist, known as the Duchess. And it's it's a debut appearance for Donny Shearwater here in the Super Series. His last appearance was in the Global Series with the ADC, so the Global Championship, back just before. So you may recognise him on your screens, having been here
First
before,
leg,
but
it's
it
Noah
is
Lynn to
actually
throw
his
first.
debut here
Game
at
on.
the Super Series. And what a baptism of fire to come in against Noah Lynn.
His record here is
55.
very good. 2 appearances, 2 Saturday nights, a semi-final to boot. But I do think the expectation now for Nolan, having been here a couple of
32.
times and played well a couple of times, is possibly to move into the next direction, and that is possibly to move into the winners bracket.
30.
And I think that is a fair guide as to where she's progressed and how she's bettered herself over a period of time. The first time that she was here, we had expectations, but we didn't quite know how she's going to adapt, like any player would on this stage. But she got through to the semi-final, got through to another Saturday where it didn't quite work out for her.
100.
But I think she'd be one of those players that we'll probably see the story of the series, the fact that so many players have won for the first time here that have made it through the Champions Week. And she'll probably look at how open and even this week is and probably say, well, there's an opportunity here for me to win a first weekly title.
140.
Yeah, very much so. We talk about how players sort of approach the week, and particularly sort of Group A and Day 1. And
6.
in interviews, we do ask, you know, some players will target other players in the group and say, these are going to be my main rivals if I play as I usually play.
100.
And you'd have to say that Noah Lynn is one of those who would have to be a target to win this group. So
121. Nolan, you require.
or she'll be
76.
targeting to win the group, and then that makes you a target for the other players in the group, knowing they've got to get a better record against you, like a
Game shot
2-1.
of First leg, Nolan van Leuven.
Lovely finish from her to start off.
Second leg, it's Donny to throw
Well,
first.
we said in the previous match that it could well be one of those groups where 6 visit legs may just be enough. And 18 darts is equivalent to an 83.5 average. And you feel like that mid-80s range may well be where a lot of players find themselves throughout the course of the week. Noelin's stats for the 2024 season
100.
ran at an average of 82.37 over the course of the campaign, 31% in terms of doubling. Most of the players in this group
92.
are running between 82 to 87 average over the course of the season, or the season that's just gone.
85.
You know, we speak about, or Chris Mason speaks a lot about, if you're playing at the top end, you're breaking 12 and you're holding 15. Well, in this group, where you're averaging around about that mark,
100.
solid 6 visit legs on throw may just do the damage.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Henry. Without getting too technical, it does look that way so far from what we've seen here this morning.
$47.
So 6 darts here for Noah Lynn to get the break and open up a 2-0 lead and to really take command of the final game for the first round of fixtures on this Monday morning.
36.
But that slip has invited Donny to have that exact same opportunity. 6 darts, this though to level up.
100. Donny, you require 81.
So 81 for Donny to level up at 1 apiece, double 12.
57. Nolan, you require 80.
They weren't badly thrown darts, but they were not in the intended target. And so Van Leuven has 1 dart to break. Heads across to the left-hand side, looks at tops,
40.
but pitched just above the
Donny, you
bar.
require 24.
So 24 coming in for
Game
Shearwater,
shot,
and he
second
makes
leg,
no
Donny Shearwater.
mistake. Levels it up at 1-1. Going back to the previous throw with Noah Lynn, when you're
Third
going
leg,
for
it's
that
Noah Lynn to
tops
throw
for 80,
first.
oh, it
Game
looks
on.
great when you hit it. But unfortunately, the first one was like quite close to the tops. And then the second one, you've got to be careful that you don't hit it. So she moved to one side and moved that over. And then all of a sudden, the double top is blocked. So although it looks a bit of a Champagne Charlie shot to go tops
43.
and looks really good, if you don't actually go tops, you can cause yourself all sorts of problems with blocker darts.
Well, if you reach Robertson, just hit 3 of them.
99.
Yeah, absolutely. Most of us have got a job at 1 to finish a leg, let alone start showing off hitting 3.
140.
Next week, you may have to start the leg on tops. This the last week of Series 10 for now. We're going to have a little bit of a break after this week. And we're going to
58.
have the third double trouble tournament for you. The lineup will be announced in due course. All I will say is I do have a rough idea who's playing next week. And we could be having a little bit of fun. That's all I'm going to let out. I mean, it's going to be fun no matter who's playing.
58.
But perhaps one or two of the names on the list may make it a little bit more exciting.
138.
Shearwater's left tops after 12 here to
Donnie, require
get the break
40.
and open up a 2-1 lead.
Game shot on the third
That's exactly
leg.
what he
Donnie
does.
Shearwater.
Now, call me a bit
Fourth leg,
weird,
it's
call
Donnie
me a
to throw
bit quirky
first.
here, Scott.
Game on.
But earlier on this morning, the players were invited onto the stage to throw some practice darts so we can get the right camera angles of them as they throw their darts. Now, when Donnie was doing that particular exercise and when he was warming up on the stage this morning,
45.
he wasn't wearing his glasses. And now, when playing the actual game, he's now wearing his glasses. That could just be maybe he just feels more comfortable playing in glasses, but it was for me, it was just quite intriguing.
Yeah, very true. It's the right way round, though. You don't want to come up there practicing with the glasses and then leave them back in the players' room. Maybe that's an incident that happened and he realised he came out without his glasses and just continued on and
125.
practiced without them. But yeah, he's got it the right way round this time. I remember at the Global Championship he wore glasses, so this is more the way that he does it. And to a bit of success here, he's 2-1 up on Nervin van Leeuwen.
Well, Olin here's got 6 darts to get the break back if she can find a good score here.
55.
But no troubles there. Allows Shearwater himself 6 this to open up a 2-leg gap.
47.
Went downstairs for the single 19, but missed the whole big number.
125.
Jumping all over that, leaving herself 81.
$74. Noelin, you require 81.
So 81 for Noelin to level up at 2 apiece. It's a dart at the bull.
50.
Just offline.
Donnie, you require
And so
102.
Shearwater looking for what would be the first ton plus checker of the week if he could find this 102. If he can find a block tops. What a dart that is. There was not a lot that he could have seen of that, but he's found that tops perfectly, and he's opened up a 3-1 lead with the first ton plus checkout of the week.
Yeah, nicely done there from Shearwater. He stepped across the oche to open up the target, which was tops, and hit it beautifully. Been not so successful on this visit, though.
It's felt like a game that Donnie's been able to take advantage of the odd opportunity better than Noelin.
58.
Yeah, definitely. But having the momentum and going 3-1 up, he really wouldn't have wanted to start the leg like he did.
60.
He would want to have kept the momentum going and the pressure on Van Leeuwen, and you can see here he's starting
68.
to capitulate with the first couple of darts, but he's still not out of this leg.
58.
And that troubleless visit from Van Leeuwen shows that, but
39.
he's gone all over the place a little bit there. And that seems to be the way of the leg for him.
59.
So Noelin has left 164 to bring it back to 3-2.
133.
Shearwater's left himself on the fish for the match if this does not go, and it's not going to. I suppose there'd be an irony if somebody with the last name Shearwater was to reel in the big fish.
I was just tying the hook on the fishing line to cast it out, but I had to untie it again and put it back in the corner.
45. Nolan, you require 108.
We saw the 102 from Donny in the previous leg. Can Nolan find the 108? Double 16 does not go.
Donny, you require 125.
So this, for Donny Shearwater, is for the match. Triple 20 tops. Tops it is for back-to-back tub plus checkouts.
85.
It would have been some way to have capped off what has been a decent display at times for Donny. But the misses on the doubles magnified for Nolan van Leuven. 1 from 7 on the doubles. And it is presented Donny Shearwater here with opportunity to win the match. Double top. And now double 10 to complete a 4-1 victory to kickstart his week. Well, it was a case of opportunities being taken better from Donny Shearwater in that match. That being the real telling factor against Nolan van Leuven, who missed opportunities to win 3 of the legs that Donny Shearwater would go on to win in the match. A 4-1 victory for the Dutchman. Coming up after the break, it's Colin Osborne up against Leonard Gates. Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth on this Monday morning. It's the MODUS Super Series live on Pluto TV, and we completed a round's worth of fixtures before the break. Dennis Sherwater got the better of Noah Lynn van Leuven by 4 legs to 1. And so into round 2, we have a meeting between Colin Osborne and Leonard Gates. For Osborne, he picked up a 4-3 win against Peter Achuri in the first round worth of matches. As for Leonard Gates, he was on the wrong end of a 4-1 defeat
First leg,
to Leonard
Colin
Gates.
to throw first.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, he lost out to Barry Cope by 4 legs to 1 in his opening match. It's game 4 of the session here at the live lounge in Portsmouth. These two have played here against one another at the MODUS Super Series, but that goes all the way back to February 2023. Colin Osborne won that particular head-to-head between the pair by 2 meetings to 1. Gates would win the first meeting on the Monday by 4 legs to 1 before 4-0 and 4-2 victories for the Wizard. Gates coming fresh off the back of the World Seniors Championship,
123.
where he would beat Michael Huntley by 3 sets to 1 before then being on the reverse of that scoreline against Graham Usher. Was also here for the Wimbledon World Masters, where he would lose both his group matches to Dominic Grulich and Andy Barton. Suspectedly Barton's actually go on to
98.
play in the stage finals of that particular competition, losing out to Luke Littler.
108.
But that's large from Gates, and that match leads himself on a finish.
Gates had that Super 2023, didn't he, in the seniors, and kind of dominated things and came over, and we didn't know how to play him. We didn't know
140.
what type of player he was, and we saw within a year that, tell you what type of player he is. He's a special player. That's what he is.
41. Colin, you require
He's immediately
40.
picked up by a dart sponsor in the UK.
Games on the first leg. Colin Osborne.
But Colin Osborne takes out the first leg with a 13 dart. He's one of those players, isn't he, Colin?
Second leg, it's Leonard to
for
throw
so
first.
many years has had just such a consistent level about him. You know, if you're going to beat him, you're going to have to play well. It's always one of those awkward customers, no matter where you find him in a draw.
Yeah, he's super consistent, and that does make you easier to play as an opponent because you know what's coming. Some players are sort of up and down like a fiddler's elbow, and you never know what game's coming with them. Sometimes if you're in a tournament situation where you play them, you know, maybe one day after the other or whatever, and they play really well against you one day, some players 9 times out of 10 will play terrible against you the next day. But yeah, with Colin, he's never been like that. He's been Mr. Consistent, and that saw him, you know, in good stead in the PDC because you're rewarded for consistency there. Not so much now, where there are so many fiddler's elbows players over there. They're up and down. You're watching some players doing 100 average 1 minute and then losing out with a 78 next game, and they can't work out why. So, you know, I think the game is evolving a little bit over there on the PDC side, particularly at the Pro Tour events.
96.
And I think over the next 5 years, we're going to see a change of the guard as well. I really do. I think that the Luke Littler effect is coming into darts on all levels. We are seeing kids at the moment, the likes of Jaden Walker, at 12 years old, doing marvellous things, even here in the live lounge in the Influencers Week. And now at 12 years old, he's heading to Germany for an exhibition, I think, next weekend or something. It's just crazy the way that the game has gone. I mean, even just a year ago, that would have been unheard of. But the only way that youth players would have travelled would have been sort of Youth World Cups and JDC World Cups and things, but not the case now.
Certainly a changing face, isn't it, the sport?
13.
Leonard Gates looking to level up at 1 apiece here, looking at double 8. And level we are 1-1.
Second leg, Leonard Gates.
So I wonder if we're talking about that in a game between two players who are eligible for the World Seniors, but I've got to say, I look at
it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
The next gen week, the Young Guns week the special that we're going to have in August for the players aged between 16 and 21. By the way, Bo Grease is still
55.
eligible to play in that. If the right 12 players are picked, there really is a potential of that week, in terms of standard, in terms of drama, and in terms of everything that you want from a week at the Super Series, could actually be the best one of the year. It could gazump some of the Champions Weeks we may have this year.
And also the way that some of these youngsters throw, it could all be over by 12:30 as well. It's
we'll get booked in that week.
We are talking fast and rapid throwers. I mean, you're watching these kids on the TV and in TV finals, and it is just rat-tat-tat. There is no airs and graces. There's no gamesmanship. They haven't learned that part of the game yet, and it's just a joy to watch. It's bang, bang, bang. It's just, it's quick-fire darts.
Bit like watching you, Scott.
Absolutely. I throw one dart in the time that they've thrown 3 and retrieved.
70.
That's when you throw quick.
And I have to speed up for that. Yes, absolutely.
That's a typical Colin Osborne max. Just when it looked like the game was reaching a bit of a stalemate, he finds something good.
100. Colin, you require 124.
25 there for Leonard. Would have left himself on 167. Osborne 124. Doesn't have to chase the bullseye. But went across to the 18s in any instance.
44.
Double trouble visit here for Gates, and he will put himself
100.
in with a
Colin, you
chance.
require 80.
Still has a chance now. All about what Osborne does with this 80. So a single 20 for tops from here. And his darts fly flat, so no
Gates
real
on the
blocker
third
for
leg.
him.
Colin Osborne.
And takes a 2-1 lead in this one. Only going with throw at the moment.
Fourth flag. It's Leonard to throw first. Game on. $100. $100. $60. $41.
Feels very bitty, this game, doesn't it, Scott?
Yeah, it does. They're kind of bouncing off of one
140.
another. One does something good, and then the other one generally follows it. If one throws something a bit stinky, then they follow that too.
Interestingly, Leonard's changed his flights from game 1 to game 2.
125.
It looks like a similar type of flight, but a different pattern.
85.
Perhaps he's one of those players that's superstitious that don't use a set of flights that they've lost with. Some players do just, it's the ones that they've lost with and put a new set in. And
65. Leonard, you require
new flights, new luck.
116.
But I don't know whether he's one of those players that does do that.
We'll stay there, because the treble 19 would have left tops.
39. Colin, you require 170.
Osborne leaves the big fish. But he's not going to reel it in like Ted Evans did last week. And so Gates is going to get an opportunity here at 77 to level up at
105. Leonard, you
2-2.
require 77.
He's having a good think about where he's going to go here. Finally decided on treble 19 for double 10.
Game shot on the fourth
And
flag.
quite
Leonard
rightly
Gates.
took his time.
All's well but ends well for Leonard Gates. 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
Doesn't matter how you do it, as long as you do.
59.
Colin Osborne looks like he's having a great time out there today. Just smiling away, laughing away.
60.
Well, we can now have a look at the setup of both players. For Colin, the kite-shaped flights, or the pear-shaped flight, shall I say, as opposed to Leonard, to the same shape flight, but different coating, different style.
100.
Yeah, well described. I think you got that spot on. Not the pear-shaped flight, not to be confused with the over-shaped pear flight that somebody like Steve Beaton uses,
95.
which are pear flight in shape, but slightly bigger.
You don't see many players with the pear-shaped flights these
60.
days, do you?
Probably not on the telly box, no, but I can still say locally there's an awful lot of those sets out there, and generally they're set up with quite a short stem
43.
so that their dart is a very positive dart to throw. Not a lot of drag on it, so allows it to be a bit more direct.
28.
But by doing that, you have to have the perfect execution of your throw to get it going the right place. So any little jerky movement or a grip in the wrong place, they will fly off at a tangent.
60.
Well, once again, Colin Osborne is being embroiled in a game which is swinging one way then another.
140.
It's fair enough
You
against Peter
require
Wachuri. It was ball back to
144.
3-3. This game hasn't seen anybody stretch a lead of more than one leg yet. Last start to himself on 59, single to double. Should he return? Should Gates not take out the 1-1-3?
57. Colin, you require 59.
So this to get his nose back in front again. It's double top for Colin Osborne. 2 10s.
39. Leonard, you require 56.
Allowed Leonard Gates an opportunity to break it.
$16.
So
Colin, you
opportunity
require
goes begging.
20.
Osborne now returning for double 10 and
Game shot on the fifth leg. Colin Osborne.
snarling at the board.
Sixth leg. It's Leonard to throw first. Game on. $60.
So 3-2 to Colin Osborne, looking to seal a second consecutive victory at the beginning of the session.
140.
Coming up after this, Peter Wachuri will be looking to get his first win on the board here at the live lounge. He'll take on the Dutchman Johnny Showwater,
140.
looking to go back-to-back after a victory against Noelin van Leuven in match 3. And Noelin will be back to take on Barry Copeland to round off the second cycle of games here at the live lounge in Portsmouth.
140.
Osborne kicking for home here.
60.
And that troublous visit means that Osborne has turned the throw. So a Tunner a 140 here would make him big favourite.
85. $100. Colin, you
Osborne
require
looking at 136 to
136.
win the match to get his second consecutive victory at the beginning of this Group A campaign. But he's not going to do it in ton plus style, and so Gates will return for 141 to take us all the
96.
way to a last leg
Manager require
decider.
141.
Osborne clearly favouring tops as his desired location to close the match
41.
out.
Colin, you require 40.
Tops or Osborne to win. How many times have we said that here? And how many times has he done
and
it?
the match, Colin Osborne.
2 wins of 2 to kickstart the day for Colin Osborne. He gets the better Leonard Gates by 4 legs to 2. He's lost each of his opening couple here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Osborne 2 from 2, but he feels like there's still a lot more in the tank. Only an average of 84.5. His doubling was decent, 4 from 7. We're going to take a short break. When we return, Donny Shearwater takes on Peter Achuri. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. For the break, Colin Osborne got the better of Leonard Gates by 4 legs to 2. And so for the Wizard, 2 wins from 2 to kickstart his day. Leonard Gates has got a lot of work to do. And Donny Shearwater can join Osborne on that 4-point haul. If he can get the better of Peter Achuri, it's our 5th match of the morning session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Achuri pushed Osborne all the way to a last leg decider before losing out 4-3. Was 3-1 behind him that match before enforcing a last leg decider.
First leg, it's Donny
for
to
Donny,
throw
well,
first.
I think it's fair to say he won the moments in that match against Noah Lynn Van Leuven. It wasn't the most high quality affair, but he was able just to pick off legs when he had the odd opportunity at a double here and there. Found a 102 check out to open up a 3-1 lead and was in full control of that match from that point onwards. Now, Tony Shearwater, I have been reliably informed in my ear, is playing with a set of rusty Jake Rodriguez darts.
100.
And he'll be hoping with another win here, Tony Shearwater, that he'll be looking pretty in pink.
100.
Not sure anybody else has really adopted that colour scheme before, have they?
Nah, it'll never work. It'll never work. Pink and black never works.
36.
But in terms of his opening performance, I said he won the moments, didn't he? It wasn't a high quality affair, but when push came to shove, he was able just to pick off the odd double with one dart in hand, a bit better than Noah Lynn could.
100.
Yeah, it was just a bit of an early morning shift, wasn't it, for Noah Lynn, I think, and it's, as we've said,
45.
She hasn't had lots and lots of darts since the turn of the year, so working her way back into it.
140.
Pete Churi working his way back into this leg. He's left himself on 101 to get the break of throw. Donny desperately, you feel, needs a treble here. He's unable to find one. And so Churi looking at 101. Churi tops.
61.
Bends the wire with dart
Donny
free.
require 120.
Tops for the 120.
80.
Would have been his second
you require
ton plus check-in of the day. Unable to go, and so Maturi has got 3 in his hand to take the opening leg and to get the break.
Game
break he will. 1-0 to the Kenyan.
Yeah, the
second leg is Peter to throw first.
Who's there?
Game on.
On the glasses of water, little do-si-do on the water. But yeah, we mentioned in Peter's last game how sharp he was on his doubles, and he lost 4-3, and he was 3 from 4 on his doubles, and now he's opened up there again, and
100.
He's 1 from 3 as well. So it shows that the doubling part of his game looks to be his strong part.
59.
I feel like we've got a lot of players in this group.
100.
Well, I don't think we'll see the best of them on Monday, but maybe we'll just see get better as the week goes along. I feel like this could be the type of campaign where we may have to wait to the latter end of the week to see the best 43. From the players.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with that. I think that this is one of those that we're going to see somebody sort of rise in confidence and come out of it the other end a different player this week. Come in more of a virtual unknown and going out a far better known player. It has all the potential for that this week.
100. $134. Donny, you require 141.
Sure, looking at 141 to level up at 1 apiece. Not to be, and so with you, we'll have a look at the 105.
45.
Had a look at the 101 and missed the tops of the previous leg. Is he going to get better success this time round? He looks at tops.
65.
But just like in the previous leg,
Donny,
it goes above the bar.
96.
Oh, double-double.
77.
And it was almost delightful for Donny.
Peter, you require 40.
And so Venturi, tots are 2-0.
Game shot on the second leg.
Clipped off the
Peter
first
Venturi.
and into the corner. 2-0 to the Kenyan.
Third leg, it's Donny to throw first. Game on.
Well, Peter's doing to Donny what Donny did to Noah Lynn in his first match of the
6.
day. Showalter's had an opportunity to win the first couple of legs, one in each leg, and able to take it. Then Venturi, having been scoring better than his opponent, leaving himself
60.
on tops 3 in hand, has just been able to pick him off.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's been doing, and to good effect.
100.
And I think if you're a good double hitter, the rest of your game, you can find the rest of it. That's the bit you can teach. It's that
85.
bit hitting that double, the mindset going for the double. It's the bit you can't really teach. You've just got to have the eye of the tiger on that.
140.
And as with all good play, that comes and goes with the way the wind blows, I'm afraid. But today, it definitely looks with Peter
135.
Venturi.
$140.
Well, this is a better leg from Donny. But what pressure can Venturi provide here? Looking for the double break.
81. Donny requires
So to
61.
get one back, Donny looks at 61. Double checks where that was located, and so double 18 for Donny.
25. Peter, you require 140. $40. Donny, you require 36.
So, 36 to get a leg on the board.
Gage on the third leg. Donny
Takes his time,
Showalter.
has a good look at it.
Fourth leg, it's Peter to throw first. Game on. $45. $100. $100. $59. $61.
Nice little Robin Hood there from Venturi. Any little moment up there, he seems to
56.
be enjoying it. A wry smile on his face.
Embracing every single moment of this Super Series experience. And why wouldn't he?
100. $55.
And he's got 6 starts here to open up a 3-1 lead. He actually came back from 3-1 down to force a last leg decider against Colin Osborne in his first game of the group.
60.
It's not a
45.
conventional type
BT
release for
require
Venturi, his throw.
135.
But it's very effective for him. He just tucks the dart down into his hand. So bullseye hit, 85 left. Is he going treble 15 here? Attempted it. 70 left. Is he going treble 10 or treble 18? Yep, he's going treble 18.
83.
And so he'll have a couple of darts in his hand to establish a 2-leg gap in this
21.
contest.
PT require 52.
Double top. The way his darts land, anything above the tops wire is going to be very awkward for him. And you could see that with the final dart he threw. But luckily for him, Shearwater was nowhere to be seen.
95. PT
Yeah, looking for the
require
133 there. Shearwater to lead 32, but that could all be in vain. One dart to go for Wachuri, and
full flag, Peter Wachuri.
I think you can see that split second when he left the oche, what that meant to him. Takes a 3-1 lead.
It's Donny to throw
It's Donny
first.
Shearwater.
Game on.
Donny has the darts here.
85.
We'll have to hold them for the match to go on.
For Peter Wachuri, he's one of those players that's got a scallop in its darts, or in his darts, shall I say. We see the likes of Simon Whitlock, Connor Scutt with that type of dart. It's become very much
121.
a dart of fashion, hasn't it, these days? And that's mainly because with a scallop you have a grip point which the players can pretty much lean onto.
Yeah, and that doesn't change.
140.
As we can see there, Peter using it to perfect effect. So, as I was saying in the last leg, he does something very funny with his throwing hand.
120.
And on his release, it's like he tucks the dart down into the palm of his hand, right by his thumb, and then brings it back and releases it all in one movement. He drops it down, and that's like the trigger to bring his hand back to throw. But it's very effective.
50.
Wachuri looking at set up to win the match with his first match on the Modus Live Lounge stage.
58. Donny, you require 125.
He's himself on 116. Shearwater looking at 125. Triple 20 for Tops. Tops are a second ton topper of the day, and to keep himself in the contest. Back to 3-2 we go. Wachuri does have the insurance policy here of having the darts to win the game.
Game on.
Right here, right now.
$60. 85.
Would I be wrong to say that it looks like Peter is settling quite quickly?
137.
I think he's settled very well, considering he's not done this type of thing before.
You got to remember that
100.
the only other time we've seen him on a stage was at the African World Championship qualifying, and he admitted himself in that interview that this is completely different to any other tournament or competition he's played in.
83.
And not just is he any other player that's playing in this for the first time. He's had press commitments in Kenya. He was on national TV talking about this. He's been in
100.
newspapers, online articles. He's not just another player playing here. He has quite literally got the whole of his nation watching his exploits over the course of this week.
125.
Yeah, and I think that's only great, not for the sport as a whole, but it's a great for sport and
60.
his
BT
country
require
to
96.
get that attention.
Well, decided to go
58.
double-double and then decided to
Donny, you
persevere.
require
So
156.
should Donny not take out this 156, he will be back for double 19, but he may not get a look. And so Peter Wachuri here is looking at double 19 for his first win on the Live Lounge stage. 2-8 for the match. Not to be.
22. Donny, you require 56.
Did he go slightly tight then? Did his arm go tight? So Shearwater to level it up and go 3-3. Double top. Takes another step back and has another look.
Game shot on the sixth
Oh,
flag.
right
Donny
in the corner.
Shearwater.
But it is in. And we go down the last. Has
Seventh and final
Peter
leg. It's Donny to throw first.
Cherry, is he going
Game
to rue those missed doubles?
Well, match starts have come and gone for Peter Achuri.
60.
But Donny Shearwater on throw at the beginning of this last leg comes up dry, and so presents the opportunity here for Peter to really seize the initiative in leg 7.
65. $31.
Real opportunity here for Waturi to turn this round. Needs a treble, you feel, but
61.
not that one.
$99. $100.
That would have looked a whole lot more than that from the Oki. Very tight to the treble wire.
97. $97.
Picks off a treble, but still unable to leave himself on a finish. And so Donny Shearwater's got 6 darts here from 2-1-4 to double up his tally.
58.
Remember, Peter Achuri had 2 match darts in the previous leg.
$98. Donny, you require 156.
Well, he had a look at the 156 in the previous leg, did Donny. Found the first treble, but nothing more. He's found the first treble again. But this time he's found the second. Double 18 to win it in style. A hat-trick of ton plus finishes today for Donny Shearwater. And he's doubled up his tally of wins. He gets the better of Peter Achuri by 4 legs to 3. His eyes are on the prize. And he is at the top of the table. He has ascended to the summit early on. He has beaten Peter Achuri by 4 legs to 3. Coming up after the break is Barry Copeland up against Noelin van Leuven.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw
you
the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
MODUS
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Donny Sherwater got the better of Peter Mature in a last leg decider. Aidan abetted by a couple of ton plus finishes, including a 1-5-6 to win it. Maturi missed 2 darts to win that particular match. And so to our final game of the second round of fixtures sees Barry Copeland and Noelyn van Leuven go head to head. Now, there could already be a split in the table after just 2 rounds if Barry Copeland wins this game, because a victory for the man from Northern Ireland would mean that he'd be on 4 points, as would Colin Osborne and Donny Sherwater. It'd mean that Peter Maturi, Noelyn van Leuven and Leonard Gates will all be on 0. So already there would be a 4-point gap for that trio to muster.
Game on.
So even at this early stage, to say it's a must-win on a Monday morning this early is probably putting it too far. But for Noelyn, what she will not want to see is a gap open up as quickly as possible to those right at the very top of the table.
100.
No, very true. And Copeland up to now has had the second highest average of the morning, an 88.
140.
5-8 beating Leonard Gates, who he would have targeted as being one of his main rivals for the group.
125.
Does look like him and Osborne at the moment today have settled the quickest.
$41.
So Copeland seemingly in control of this opening leg, but it could all change here with a big visit from Noelyn.
140.
And that 140 needs her first to finish. Copeland will hope he's got the luxury of this setup turn, particularly now.
140.
Leaving himself on tops after 12 on the throw.
36. $96. Barry require 40.
So a good opening leg to this one here.
$35.
Barry will be very disappointed with that. He was on the wire with his first start of the double and then just got further away.
Game shot on the first leg.
Somebody, old wise man, told me in the public house one day, easiest thing to do is hit a double when your opponent's missed it.
First.
The downside is letting your opponent have a chance to miss it.
Well, that was a 13 darter for Noah Lynn to get the break.
100.
And I think it's fair to say that we've been waiting for the players in this group to really get going. This could be the match that just sparked everything into life.
140. 55. 44. 58.
In the first leg of the match, we didn't have a trebleless visit. We had a couple of trebleless visits now.
100.
In leg 2,
128. 43. Noah Lynn, you require 160.
tried to go round the block target, which was the treble 20. Did Copeland there and had to move out to the 17s, but no success there either.
45.
And I think you can tell by Noah Lynn's reaction there. She wasn't happy with that last 5. So Copeland really needs to make inroads here, having been broken in the
6.
first leg.
Noah Lynn, you require 115.
He doesn't.
So Noah Lynn, 115. Treble 19 leaves the double. Superb.
Game
That's a
shot on the
2-0
second
lead
leg. Noah Lynn van Looyen.
for Noah Lynn van Leuven. Playing markedly
Third leg,
better
it's Barry to the
than in
row
our
first.
opening match
Game on.
against Dudley Shieldwater. And it's getting the Just Awards 2-0.
Yeah, and Copeland's not playing any worse. He's
59.
bang on that 88 average that he had in that win over Gates in game 2 today.
100.
We have to say that Noah Lynn has upped the ante.
He 93.
This has been much better a second performance. And a much better third leg.
70. 140.
So Noah Lynn, 6 starts on 2-5-1 to get the double breaker throw.
135.
Couple of big trebles there, leaves the 116. Well, the 115 was taken by Noah Lynn in the previous leg. Is the 116 going to be taken here? But Barry Copeland pondering over his options. 34 scored. Moved across to the 18th, leaves
Noah
himself
Lynn, you
on
require
157. If he gets a
116.
look at it. Awkward, but has to find a way through and does. Double 18. Would have been for
80.
back-to-back top plus
Barry, you
finishes
require
for Noah Lynn.
157.
You have to say Copeland needs a spark of something here, and the 157 could have been it, but not now.
93. Noah Lynn, you require 36.
Double 9. Double
Game
break.
shot on the third leg. Noah Lynn van Looyen.
Noah Lynn van Leuven opens up a 3-0 lead in this match and has the darts here to get a
Fourth
first
leg,
win
it's
of the
Noah Lynn
group.
to throw first. Game on.
And it would mean that we'd have Donny and Colin on 4, Noah Lynn and Barry on 2, with Shuri and Gates about to win. We'd have a
140.
uniform table after the first couple of rounds of matches. Remember, not just the live darts here on Pluto TV. You can also catch up with some of the best of the
96.
action from the Super Series, including later on this evening a full replay of the Legends League. We can watch the full finals night
108.
featuring Steve Beaton, Richie Burnett, and
He
the likes of Neil Duff and others. We'll dive through memory lane with that replay.
95.
Well, this has been some performance. The average has been dragged up to 108.71. This leg, 140, 180. And she was that good, she found the bullseye to leave 11. On for a potential 11 to get the job done. We said they were waiting for somebody
54.
to
Noelin, you
really
require
spark their
11.
campaign into life. Is Noelin van Leuven the first player to really hit the heights? Double four
Game shot,
for a
and the
commanding
match,
4-0
Noelin van
win
Leuven.
over Barry Copeland. For Noelin van Leuven, an average of 103.66. Got out the gate quickly and then finished off with a 12-darter. A superb performance from Noelin van Leuven. 4 out of 8 on the doubles, including a 115 checkout. There's not much not to like at all about that performance. Barry Copeland was just not allowed any opportunity to get into that match whatsoever. Noelin 4, Barry Copeland 0. Colin Osborne against Donny Shearwater is our 7th game, and that's coming up after the break. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are 6 games down on this Monday morning. And before the break, we saw the best performance of the session so far from Noelin van Leuven. A 4-0 win against Barry Cope, 103.66 average legs of 13, 18, 15 and 12, including a 115 finish. That's the best performance of the day. These are the results from today so far. And early on, it's Donny Shearwater and Colin Osborne who have the early authority. 4 points apiece, but only one can move on to 6 in this round as they go head-to-head in Game 7 of our session. Both players are on 4 points, but I get the feeling, Scott Mitchell, that both will feel like they could have played better. They could have got more out of those matches despite winning. Colin kicked off an average just under 92 and beating Peter Wachuri. He then beat Leonard Gates 4-2. His doubling has been decent. Scoring may be a little bit off. In fact, you'd probably say the same thing about both players. Their strength has been in the finishing department as opposed to the scoring department so far.
Yeah, and that can be the way on the first day. It can be a little bit touchy-feely on the way in and getting used to the atmosphere again. No matter how many times you've played here, yeah, you know what's coming
First
up.
leg,
But,
it's Colin to throw
you know, there's always that nerves with your first
Game
game that sometimes can overlap into your second game if it hasn't gone well. But for these two, it has gone well. And I'm sure they look at each other now, being top of the pile, and start thinking, well, I've now got to start beating you 2 out of 3 between now and Wednesday if I'm going to top the group. And that's a bit of a flyer there to open up from Donny.
30.
Off to a flyer, but not in the way he would have wanted to. Did see Donny Shearwater at the ADC Global Championship. He topped the ADC Dutch rankings. That's why he got an invitation to that. And thus, because of getting an invitation to that tournament, he got an invite to play at the Super Series. Played in the second week of action. Wouldn't make it out the group stages of that particular
108
tournament. But Colin Osborne here is on for potential 10 data to win the opening leg.
45. Colin, you require
So Donny had a
20.
flyer of a dart to open the leg, which was a big 5 up near the double 5. Osborne here has had a flyer of an opener as a leg. Can he finish it off in 12?
No score.
The answer is no. I gave him the big build-up. Come on, Colin, you need to listen.
He's got the luxury that he can take it out in 18 darts if he so wants to.
30. Colin, you require 20. Game shot on the first leg. Colin
13 data despite missing 3 darts at a double.
And you have to say Shearwater would have
Second
just
leg,
wanted
it's
that leg
Johnny
out
to
of the
throw
way
first.
and get the scores off the board.
60. $90.
Well, this is better from Donny. Much better.
108. He
10 for the day. As illustrated by that graphic there.
60.
Well, after a lackluster first leg, I was going to say Donny Shearwater was about to spring into life, but after that 180, it's back to normal for him.
I saw what you did there. Shearwater spring into life. I saw what you did there. Liked it.
I'm here all week.
60. $140.
Fair to say it's been a bit hit and miss so far?
Fair to say indeed.
60, 180, 41, 140. And he's still on for potential 14
Donny,
data.
require 80.
Yeah, bad one, good one. Bad one, good one. 73. 66.
20.
Well, that's the bad one, so the next one should be a good one.
$140.
Let's see if that logic
Donny
still
requires
applies.
60.
Okay, double, Donny. Double 5.
Game shot.
Well, I have not got a
Donny
clue what happened
Sherwater.
in that last leg. Not a Scooby. We saw
Third
the
leg,
good,
it's
the
Colin
bad,
to throw
and the
first.
doubling from Donny.
Game on.
1-1.
Yeah, it was definitely a
80.
different leg, and that was the fiddler's elbow leg. That one up and down.
19.
Now he's started the next leg with a poor visit when he should be going with momentum.
There's 37 points in the average, and I grant that it's only 2 legs played, but we're level at 1-1.
81. $100.
It's been a strange group. Now, we thought when Noah Lynn
140.
posted the 103.66, and we had the top 2 go head-to-head here, we thought, okay, maybe we're going to spring into life. We're going to see
97.
overall a better standard of play. But it's felt a little bit edgy at times, and that's despite Colin here averaging 101. But again, he's been a little bit patchy at points too. And that's obviously because of the 13 data he got in leg 1, and he could potentially here leave himself on a double after 12 again if he finds another treble.
140. $60.
I think that last
When you
dart from
require
Osborne was at
6.
tops to try and leave 40.
I don't think he liked the lie dart 1 and dart 2, and because he knew he had time on his side, decided to go that way.
Game shot.
Well,
The
nonetheless.
third leg. Colin Osborne.
Well, a 14 dart on the back of the 13. The winning legs of Colin Osborne have been really, really good, average
Fourth leg. It's
103.64.
Donny to throw first. Game on.
But the leg against throw last time was really poor. But he'll feel like the way Donny's playing, if he could just put in something half decent, he should be able to get the break and open up a 3-1 advantage.
$54. $60. $95. $47.
Sherwater now trying his luck on the 19s and having no more success down there when he is on the 20s.
85. $95.
After a blistering open couple of legs, Osborne seems to be tailing off here in leg 4.
85. $95.
Well, Sherwater's been the king of the ton toppers, hasn't he, today? He's already had 3 to his name after just a couple of matches. So you can add a 4th to the mix in a couple of moments' time.
45.
And for Colin
Donny
Osborne,
require 104.
2 legs on throw have been good, but against the throw, he's not really been able to trouble the scores, and so it's allowed Shearwater the opportunity to level up, but a slip of
39.
dart 3 means that
Colin, you require
he's left himself a tricky one on
137.
65 if he gets a go at it.
Yeah, this has treble 19 tops written all over it, but not going to be.
43. Donny, you require 65.
65 for Donny Shearwater to level up at 2-2. He's going to get a look at tops.
25.
Just above the wire. This is
Colin, you
Osborne's
require
opportunity
94.
to really take control of the game. Took a couple of these pops out in his first match against Peter Wachuri. He looked to the double-double, unable to get, and so Donny double top for 2
Donny,
apiece.
you require 40. Game shot of 4 flag. Donny
Nicely done from
Shearwater.
Shearwater. And once again, we're sat there at 2-2, and there is
Fifth
a
flag. It's Colin to the
goal
first.
for mile wide in the
Game
averages between the both players. Donny will be the happiest sat there at 2-2 on the average that he is on,
95.
and Osborne is sat there wondering how.
I wouldn't be surprised, Scott, if this session continues in the trend it's in.
58.
We sit in the studio at the end. I ask you, what have you made of it? And you say, I've got absolutely no idea.
Yes, I think that's what could be the direction of happening. We said at the top of the show that it was a group that somebody needed to grab by the scruff of the neck and go and dominate it. But
Fifth.
we could have a scenario here where Colin Osborne, if he wins this one, could be top of the group after 3 games, but he hasn't really grabbed it by the throat by any means or dominated it. He's just had a few good moments at the right time.
99. $131.
Well, Colin Osborne's doing what an old school pro does. When things get a little bit tight, a little bit scrappy, you dig in. You put your heels into things. And he's looking to put his front foot forward now.
123.
Yeah, and Osborne's always had a scrapping quality within his game. We saw him snarling away at one of the doubles earlier. That's the way he plays. That's the way he does it.
122. Colin, you require
So
84.
To open up a 3-2 lead in this match. Double 12. This is for another incredible leg on throat. That would have been for 3
72.
consecutive
Donny, you
five-visit legs
require
on the
140.
darts.
Donny's been hitting ton plus shot outs all day today so far in his first 2 games. A 102 in the first, a 125 and a 156 in his second. But the 140 is not to be added
98.
at this
Colin, you
time.
require 12.
And so 2 sixes for Osborne to re-establish his advantage.
Game
Every
shot of
single
fifth
leg
leg. Colin Osborne.
in this match has gone with throws so far. Colin Osborne opens up a 3-2 lead
Sixth
over Donny
flag. It's Donny to
Shearwater.
throw first.
And it's now
Game
the
on.
Dutchman who has the darts in his hand to save this contest.
15.
And he would not want to have opened up with that. It would have been music to Colin Osborne's ears, I'll tell you that. And now we're telling himself, why has he been messing around? Why has he been worried? Get on and play the board.
99.
First chance we've had to discuss it, Scott, but your old sparring partner in the BDO, Ross Montgomery, picking up the World Seniors title at the weekend, getting the better of Graham Usher in the final.
95.
Yeah, I'm super pleased for him. Like I say, he's
85.
done extremely well, and he's been such a great sort of dart player for an awful long time. He captained his country, and we keep saying if he wore his country shirt when he went to a lakeside or whatever, he would go and win because he plays totally different in that
125.
shirt. It's just a strange thing to try and describe, and when it comes to playing for himself, he sometimes trips at the final hurdle or
168.
great dart that is. A break off from that. 2 treble 18s and a treble 20. And yeah, I'm so pleased for him, and I've known the family for a long time, and our kids all know each other, and it's just, yeah. So I'm, you know, personally, I'm really pleased for him. I know sometimes he's not always everybody's cup of tea, and he doesn't mind not being everybody's cup of tea, because he said some people drink coffee.
Oh, that would have been sipping from the cup of excellence if Shearwater had found that 134. Osborne for the match, 115. Otherwise, we may well be heading all the way. Treble 20 pull. He cannot recover a dart 2, and so Donny Shearwater will come back looking at double 8 to take us all the way to a last leg decider. 2 4s. And we do go all the way. Both players have been involved now in 2 last leg deciders today. Colin Osborne beat Peter Wachuri in his,
Colin to throw first.
as did Donny Shearwater, of course, against Peter Wachuri. The winner will move on to 6 points. I'll open up a 2-point cushion at the top of the group going into the final couple of games in the 3rd cycle. And they'll put themselves, even at this early stage of proceedings, in a very profitable position.
135. $100. $81.
Colin Osborne will be a very frustrated figure if he loses this game when you consider the passage of play and the pattern of play in it.
80.
He'll feel like this is a game he shouldn't lose when you consider the way he's played in comparison to his opponent.
40.
Still has the darts here, and Oz will know that he needs to start picking up a couple of trebles.
134.
And does so immediately. Puts himself in trump position to take this leg
45.
and the match.
Colin, you require 88.
Well, he's got 6 from here, but eventually the scoring prowess of the Wizard looks as if it's going to be just a little bit too much for his Dutch opponent. Double 14 for the match and to still a 4-3 win. But he hasn't sealed it just yet. He thought that was good when he released it. He thought that was good when it went into the board. But it just strays wide. And he has got time because Donny hasn't left himself on a finish after a dozen.
$33.
So for the match, Colin Osborne looks at double 7. Oh, there could be another plot twist. Osborne's busted it by hitting the double 3. If Donny Shearwater finds this 167, the Wizard will be enraged.
Not to be, and I have to say, didn't even frighten it.
50.
It's fallen apart in the last leg for Donny.
14.
And so Osborne to eventually get over the line. Double 7. But what a weird contest that was.
Colin Osborne.
And for Colin Osborne, it's 3 wins out of 3. And he'll be the first to admit he hasn't really got out of 5th gear yet. At times, he's shown some good glimpses. He had a 13 and a 14 in there. But the bits around the side will be a real frustration for him. For Donny Shearwater, he got 3 legs, all on throw. But it was a very, very strange contest. Hard to really rack our brains around it. We're going to take a short break. And when we return, it's Leonard Gates up against Noelin van Leuven.
you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth here for the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Colin Osborne get the better of Donny Shearwater in a last leg decider 4-3. Game 8 of our session sees Leonard Gates and Noelin van Leuven go head to head. For both of these players, an opportunity to move up the league table. Noelin van Leuven will win here, move on to 4 points, and depending on the margin of victory, could overtake Donny Shearwater. Up against Leonard, who is yet to get off the mark. In fact, he's bottom of the table. He's picked up just 3 legs from his opening 2 matches. Lost out 4-1 to Barry Copeland before 4-2 defeat to Colin Osborne. It was a underwhelming first performance from Noelin against Donny Shearwater, but then really raised the standard last time out. Average of 103.66 in beating Barry Copeland by 4 legs to 0. With legs of 13, 18, 15 and 12. 115 checkout as well. And the first thing I was spotted right away is, guess what? Leonard Gates has changed his flights again.
108.
Nice opening 180 for Noelin. Yeah, but he's also changed where he's standing as well. He's also moved across, so
97.
be interesting to know whether he changes flights. Does he get rid of them if he loses with them?
85.
I know the genuine answer to that. You're all telling yourselves there he must go through 1 or 2. But he's had a really good period of winning lots and lots of stuff, so he got used to maybe being able to do that.
That golden year, didn't he, in 2023 when he won the Champion of Champions, the match play, and the Masters and the World Seniors. Nolan van Leuven with 2 180s in 3 visits in this leg. On for potential 11 data to break.
100. Nolan, you require 56.
Well, ever since the first game, it's been all systems go for Nolan. 12 data to take the first leg.
An impressive opening leg
Second
against the
leg,
throw
it's
there from
Noah Lynn.
Noah Lynn.
Game on. $47. $55.
For Leonard, it's not really got going for him today. Average of 87.446 and 83.5. He hasn't played
100.
bad by any stretch of the imagination, but it's not quite been in keeping with the level of his opponents.
140.
Yeah, just hasn't quite lit the touch paper yet to what we know that he's like when he's
58.
here. If I remember rightly, he didn't play particularly well last time he was here, did he? I don't know whether he made the Saturday night final or not.
140.
Don't think he did. Once again, it's a 140 to leave 166, but we're now become accustomed to that. That's always been his way.
Interestingly, we haven't seen Leonard Gates here
45.
in a year. Last time we saw him was Series 7, Week 5, where he got through to the semi-finals. It was a week that, perhaps not a surprise, Andreas Harrison won.
121.
Ah, I see.
It was a good week.
43.
We'll tell you more about that in the next leg.
136.
136 for Noah Lynn to open up a 2-0 lead, not to be on this occasion. And so Gates will come back for 78 to level up the scores.
56. Leonard, you require 78. Game shot on the second leg. Leonard Gates.
And it goes, level we are, 1 apiece. Now that week, Series
Third
7,
leg,
Week
it's
5,
Leonard to throw
Leonard's
first.
last week here.
Game on.
Quite the week. Andreas Harrison won it. Mike Warburton, the runner-up.
6.
Gates would lose out to Warby in the semis. David Evans, the other semi-finalist. The other 2 players to make it through to that finals night. Greg Ritchie, now tour card holder, and David Davis.
83.
Now, these were the players that did not make it through. Well, that's the first real sign of frustration from Leonard Gates, and it was very much
85.
audible. The players that didn't make it through, Clu Bevan, Connor Scott, Ashley Coleman, Jared Cole.
123.
No surprises there. Max de Jong and Michael Burgoyne. That was actually the week Jared hit the 9.
$140.
Well, I did get that prediction about Gates wrong then. I just had a feeling he never made the finals night, but...
No, what happened was it was the time before, I believe, he missed out.
100.
But it's been so long since he's been Leonard here. It's been a year. It's been a year.
No, it doesn't feel like it. Like I was saying, it doesn't feel like it's been a year.
Well, actually, it's been 11 months because it was the 25th of March.
All right, well, almost though, isn't it? It's near as damn it, but yeah.
40. Leonard, you require
That's how quickly
76.
time flies, doesn't it, here? This for 2-1, 16 and tops. Okay, the double 16, double 12 combo.
Just trying to work out. Double 12
52.
on the wire.
Nolan, you require 155.
So after that blistering first leg from Van Leuven, this would be a blistering finish.
170.
all over it.
Leonard, you require 24.
Well, that was scared. Double six for Leonard Gates to open up a
Games on the
2-1 lead
third
in this
leg,
match.
Leonard Gates.
You could tell he's not happy with his level of performance whatsoever, but he's found a way in front.
Fourth
We're
flag,
going to
it's Noah
find
Lynn
a
to
way
throw
to
first.
seal his first win of the
Game on.
group.
He seems to be limping a bit today for me. I wonder whether he's sort of got a knee injury or something.
140.
He's wobbling sort of around the hockey, and I just wonder, it seemed to be his left leg.
100.
He's played a lot of darts over the last few weeks. Played at the Seniors World Championship, played at the World Masters in Milton Keynes.
57.
Of course, was at the World Championship as well back in December. Won his first match against Cameron Menzies
45.
by 3-1. That was quite the affair. And then he gave Nathan Aspinall a scare at times. Lost
96.
out by 3-1 in that particular match. And it was a much closer game in legs in comparison to what the set score would suggest. 2 sets Nathan won by, but it was actually only 11-7 in terms of the leg count in that particular contest.
135.
That win against Cameron Menzies, he was good. Did what he needed to do. 3-1 win. 11 legs in comparison to the 5 of Menzies in that match. But Noah Lynn here to bring it back to 2-2 has got 6 darts from 73. Double top to ensure
on the fourth flag.
that the other 3 weren't needed. A clinical check out there from Noah Lynn van Leuven, and we are level at 2 apiece.
Fifth flag, it's Leonard to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, the leg won in 15 darts there, so much better from Noah Lynn.
100. $140.
Well, the legs Noah Lynn is winning at the minute tend to be good legs. That was a 15 darter there. Her first leg was 1 in 12. And the previous leg
26.
had 2 5-visit legs, 1 4-visit leg, and 1 6-visit leg. When she's been able to patch it together, it's been really, really good
57.
stuff. Average here of over 94.5 has been the better player in the game. But what could be the deciding factor in this match could well be the fact that Leonard Gates has the darts.
Yeah, it's looking that way. Noah Lynn had done the hard work and broke the throw in that first leg and immediately got broken back by Gates. Which was with an 18-dart leg, which she wouldn't have been pleased about because she had a 12-dart leg with the first one. So,
but it's something we say about so many players, and Chris Mason harps on about it all the time, that we know that most of the players here got a really good A game, but the difference between the good and the great is finding that B game which can give you so much joy and success.
106.
Because it's that B game that will win you more of the legs than your A game will, is the problem with that.
It wins you the scrappy games.
Yeah. Yeah, 25 dart leg, as long as you win it, you never get it back. Don't worry about the average.
38.
If you lose that 25 dart leg, you never get it back. If you win it, it's one in the bag. And the frustration for your opponent just sends the head all squirrely.
On the fifth leg, Leonard Gates.
Sometimes there's got to be an art to an ugly. And it may well be the case here for Leonard Gates because he's averaging 84.5. 8 points fewer than his opponent. But still, he's the man in front. And as we mentioned earlier, it may well just be the fact that he has the darts and the odd-numbered leg that could well be the separating factor.
140.
In a position here where he's probably 9 times out of 10, he's more worried whether he leaves himself on a bogey or not. And the harder he tries to not leave himself on a bogey, he continues to leave himself on one.
43.
And I can imagine it's one of those issues that once it happens once, then your mind second guesses things, doesn't it?
45.
It does, and then you stand there and start trying to work it out before you go to the hockey, but that's something that Leonard doesn't do. He stands back, watches his opponent throw, then goes to the hockey and tries to work out where he's going. Whereas he probably should concentrate on his own game when he takes his darts out. Think about what he's doing before he thinks about what his opponent's doing.
100.
But it's difficult to criticise a guy that's won so much in recent times and
100. $108.
some visit from Noah Lynn.
Require
Pressure applied on the 125.
Bull. It's got to be 25. Bull, Leonard. Side to go, treble 17th, lead double job. Now, the way that first dart went in the bullseye there, it looked gaping for a second one to join it if he could have found the 25.
85. Nolan, you require 16.
But Nolan's got a chance to take us all the way again.
8.
But a miss there.
Leonard, you
Means
require
that Gates
40.
gets free a double top to kill this game off.
Gates
Tops for the
on
match. Tops for the
Leonard
win.
Gates.
And a first win for Leonard Gates this week at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Getting over the line against Noah van Leuven by 4 legs to 2. Winning the key passages of play in that match. Kind of in keeping with the session so far. It was okay, but both players I feel like they could have done better. Gates 4, Van Leuven 2. Maturing Copeland comes next.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
requires
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Gage wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
no score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go,
Couldn't get the job done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
MODUS
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. For the break, Leonard Gates got the better of Noelin van Leuven by 4 legs to 2. Game 9 sees Peter Vachuri take on Barry Copeland. For Vachuri, he's looking to get his first one on the board, and if he does, it means that everybody's got to win for this Monday morning up against Barry Copeland, who won his first match, but then never really had an opportunity against Noelin van Leuven, who averaged 103 against him. Barry averaged just under 87 of 3 darts at a doubles, able to take any of those opportunities. His opening match, though, averaged 88.5 in beating Leonard Gates by 4 legs. And that's kind of the standard
First
that
leg, it's
you
Peter
come
to
to
throw
expect
first.
of a player like Barry Copeland.
Game on.
Mid to high 80s average, and a nice embrace between the pair before we get underway. I get the feeling that Peter Vachuri is making a lot of friends in that practice room.
46.
Even Jack Garwood got a hug off him.
Oh, but Jack is cuddly.
125.
It's a big weekend for our referee. Jack was officiating at the World Seniors Championship.
135.
And I've got to say, he does scrub up well.
It's probably one of the busiest refs in darts at the minute.
Well, it depends what role he's in. He's a man of many trades. He quite literally is the darting jack of all trades.
41.
He does look cuddly as well, doesn't he?
Don't want to get on the wrong end of him, though. He is the authority on the stage after all.
100.
Absolutely. He's got more authority than the police up there on stage during this match.
He is the darting police, Scott.
100.
Respect his authority. Anyway, Copeland looking to stamp his authority on this opening leg. 116 left after just a dozen darts.
$45. Barry require 116.
So Copeland, 116 for the break to take early command of this match.
$28. PT require 134.
Well, this would be a highlight moment for Peter Vachuri. But he's not going to find the 134. So 58 remaining. We'll head up for 18 to leave tops.
96. Barry require 88.
Tell you what, he was lucky there that he mistrayed. I think he was looking at the treble. Great recovery, dart 2. Double 16.
56. PT require 38.
It's a chance for Peter here on double 19. We saw him have a go at it in his last game and he did pretty much a similar dart. Double 8 now.
22.
And I would say with 3 darts went in the same hole in the board.
32.
When he had the 38 left before in it. The miss came back to bite him on the backside. Is it going to happen again? Copeland 1 dart over at double 4.
28.
And he's inside and
PT requires 16.
He will not be happy about that, young Barry.
Game shot on the first leg.
Nicely
Peter
done by
Wachuri.
Wachuri. The one thing we can
Second
say about
leg,
him
it's
today
Barry
is
to
he's
throw
been winning
first.
legs. He's
Game on.
lost out 4-3 to Colin Osborne, who's top of the group. 4-3 to Donny Sherwater, who's in second place in the group.
108.
It's been competitive, but he'll now want to take the next step. And Copeland, if he plays like he can play, could well be a step up for Wachuri.
83.
Is he going up a level in this leg?
85.
Now, the disappointment of the second one not going in for Barry then saw him have a bit of a flyer to the fives.
81. $40. $38.
Finding the funny side of that, Wachuri. 2 trebles in the wrong spot and a single 20 in the middle. Shows he's enjoying himself.
60.
You feel like Copeland is just beginning to get a stranglehold of this contest. 136 left, and you feel like the way that the pair are playing, if you can level up at one apiece, he'd have the room to really manoeuvre in this match.
$60. $119. Barry requires 76. $36. PT require 80.
Tops.
Game
Well,
shot on the
not many
second leg.
times do you
Peter
see a leg
Wachuri.
taken out with 3 doubles. When in Peter Wachuri's case, it's happened
Third
right
leg,
there.
it's Peter to
Double
throw
top,
first.
double 1,
Game
double
on.
19. He leads this game 2-0. Again, Barry Copeland must be scratching his head and thinking why it's not in the other direction he's 2-0 up.
41.
What a bizarre game and what a bizarre day we're seeing.
Yeah, bizarre indeed, but it did work. Puts another point on his side of the board, and that's all he's chasing.
100.
You feel if he gets over the line and wins his first game, you know, he could be a danger to others towards the end of the day.
How many times do we say
81.
it about players? It's just about getting that first win on the board. Once they do, they relax in, they build up a bit of confidence.
60.
You mentioned earlier there is a certain amount of pressure from his homeland. Doing interviews and all sorts over there. It's a big thing for having one of their players come this direction, and
140.
he's not letting them down in any way, shape or form.
$100. $49. 60. $80.
Well, Copeland. 181. Looking to set this up and then forcing Maturi to take out the 110 for 3-0.
123. PT
Quite simply
require
put,
110.
this has to go. Well, treble 19 leaves what seems to be his favourite double 19.
$34. Barry, you require
I think we learned very
58.
quickly from Peter. He'll do anything in his power to go for that particular double. Usually, a lot of players do their utmost to avoid it.
Game
He
shot on the
seems to
third
relish
leg.
it, but Barry Copeland will hope to relish the task from here. He's got the break back, returns the game to throw at 2-1.
Fourth flag. It's Barry to throw first. Game on. $60.
Usually, I think Barry throws sort of like a split second quicker usually. And there's a little bit more
26.
rhythm about his throw. He's really picking his darts today and trying to make sure that he throws every dart, giving it an absolute chance. When you throw quicker, you can throw an odd dart away, or you don't quite grip it, but you're in your rhythm and you just go through with it anyway.
$140.
And in the case of Barry, he's one of those players that really has to aim the dart, doesn't he?
Yeah, he pulls it back to sort of 90 degrees
96.
on the elbow, and then pushes away. It doesn't come all the way back to his face. There's no, long back lift as we call it. He comes up, holds it there, and then pushes away from where he stops, which is very upright. It's quite an unusual style. He just pushes away from that upright position, and
137.
it's been successful for him over the years. We have darts coaches in the form of Nico,
55.
Glenn,
require
and
112.
Matt Edgar in here. I'm not one of those, so I don't like to comment too much on dart throws, but because it's out of my jurisdiction.
I'm sure Glenn Dart will have his say on all the players' throws when he
42.
returns on Thursday. Did he tell you that he won a Premier League once?
Nah, not me. Didn't tell me.
82. Barry
I think
requires
he gave me the darts.
70.
Double 8. This the rest of the match back in his favour. He
Game
trailed
shot on the
2-0,
fourth
but we are
flag.
now
Barry
back on
Copeland.
terms, 2 apiece.
Now, there can be an element of issue here as a player that you go,
Fifth
"Whoa,"
flag. It's Peter to throw
and
first.
you relax a little because you're
Game
back
on.
in the game. You've been 2-0 down. You win the next 2 on the trot. There's an element of you can go, whew, I'm back in the game, and then it gets away from you again. You mustn't do that. You got to keep your pedal to the metal and
125.
not think I'm back in the game. It's like I'm in a position to win it now. Slightly different mindset, but a more positive one. So you then can go on and win the game. You allow yourself to, rather than stop yourself.
140. $78. $100. 41. $85.
Slight deflection off the last one for Copeland there, but has turned the throw.
22.
And those three from Waturi have not helped him one iota.
Well, that ton leaves Copeland on a 2-darter 76 after 12. You got the sense that once Barry got going that he may well make the running in this match. And you get the feeling now that he holds all the cards.
Barry requires 76.
He's managed to push his level up, and Waturi hasn't been able to follow him as of yet. And he's got 2 darts in his hand at 88 for 14 darter to establish a 3-2 lead. Copeland was 2 down, but now has the darts in his hand
6th flag.
to cross the finishing line, to pick up his second win from 3, and to look up the league standings ahead of Donny Shearwater's game with Leonard Gates.
Yeah, Peter's just dropped off that scoring level, hasn't he? And it's to do with the pressure that Copeland's put on him by keep putting legs on the board. He's not playing particularly brilliantly, but he's doing enough all the time at the right moments, is Copeland. And that's all you have to do. Averages don't mean anything. It's all about doing enough to win games. And he's rattling a few trebles enough to make Peter think since he went 2-0 up.
$62. $100.
Squeezes one in with his last dart.
He does indeed.
$60.
Copeland to want another one of those, and he gets it.
140.
Leaves him down on 78. 201 points in front of Waturi.
55.
He really did start like a racehorse in this match to take a 2-0 lead, but he's now staring a 4-2 defeat in the face. 20 and double top. We'll see job done for Copeland.
58.
Not to be this time. But he doesn't have to worry, he will be back.
2 10s to complete a 4-2 victory.
92. Barry required 20.
To get his second win on the board. Well, it was a blip last time out, but Barry is back on track. A second win for Copeland in this group. He gets the better of Peter Waturi by 4 legs to 2. That rounds off the 3rd round of fixtures for this Monday morning. A nice embrace on the pair there as the game comes to an end after the break. Round 4 begins with Donny Shearwater taking on Leonard Gates. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. This is the first look of our Group A table following 9 matches and 3 rounds worth of fixtures. Colin Osborne with the only 100% record so far. 3 wins and 3. Donny Shilwater and Barry Copeland both picked up 4 points respectively. Whilst for Noelin Van Leuven and Leonard Gates, they picked up just a solitary success. Peter Raturi, the only player yet to get off the mark. Next up for us, Donny Shilwater and Leonard Gates go toe-to-toe on the live lounge stage. For Donny, he's picked up a couple of wins so far. As for Leonard, well, he won last time out. In fact, both players opposites in terms of results came last time. Donny's first defeat last time out. Leonard's first win last time out against Noelin Van Leuven. Well, this is game 10 of our Monday morning session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Exclusively live on Pluto TV in the United Kingdom and associated territories.
It's Donny to throw first.
And remember,
Game on.
if you haven't done so already, to download the Pluto TV app. It is available on your smart device, whether it be your TV or your tablet. And once you're there, don't forget to add the MODUS Super Series channel as one of your favourites. Pluto TV. Stream now, pay never. $85. $46. $108.
I have to say, Leonard Gates started lovely there.
$134.
Good response from Shearwater.
$140.
I remember when Donny was here with the Global Championships, we did comment that he wasn't wearing any socks.
46. Leonard, you
So
require
I think he's
96.
noticed that he's got longer trousers now, and we can't see his socks, but he does wear trainer socks apparently, rather than
Game shot
normal
on
long
first
socks.
leg. Leonard Gates.
A nice 96 kill there from Leonard Gates.
Second leg. It's
And one
Leonard
could
to
easily
throw
say
first.
he's starting to settle in.
Game on.
11 data. And maybe Leonard Gates has finally arrived here
83.
in week 6. In terms of his World Seniors Championship exploits, Leonard beat
46.
Michael Huntley 3-1, average 89.94. Average 89 in his second game against Graham Usher, but Usher would beat him by 3-1. Of course, Graham would go on to make the final, where ultimately he'd lose out to Ross Montgomery by 5-1.
78.
There was also plenty of action on the PDC Development Tour over the course of the weekend. A busy weekend in the darting fraternity. Victories for Sebastian Białecki, Bo Greaves, Owen Bates, Bo Greaves again, and then Bradley Roos yesterday.
Yeah, it does seem to be full steam ahead since Q School, and then the first Challenge Tour, and then it's been 2 Pro Tour weekends. Whitemount World Masters. We've had a World Series weekend. 2 of them, I think. It has been
41.
absolute pandemonium for dart fans. There's been darts everywhere, which way you look.
Shot on the second leg. Leonard Gates.
Well, Leonard Gates. It treble 20 to leave double 1, then
Third
hits it
leg,
first
it's
dart
Donny to throw
for
first.
13 data.
Game
Off the
on.
back of the 11 he got in the first leg. Leonard Gates here is running red hot.
He just knows what he wants.
44.
But Leonard Gates, when he plays well, can
100.
play to these types of numbers. And he can bamboozle opponents with his absolute brilliance.
You're absolutely spot on there, Henry. If you stand behind him and you watch him, you do take your
46.
mind off your own game and stand there and watch him and go, where's he going now? And you, as a player, you don't want to be taking any notice of him, but you do because of the maverick directions that he goes. I've played him myself, and I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. It does throw you.
I'm still awaiting
108
as Donny Shearwater hits what is the game's fourth max. I'm still awaiting the game between Leonard Gates and Richie Burnett on this stage.
93.
Now that would be quite the affair.
85. Leonard, you require 128.
128 for Leonard. Treble 20 bull.
98. Donny, you require 146.
Shearwater can't find the 146. So Gates will come back here for double 50 to
56.
get the
Leonard,
double
you
break and
require
open up a
30.
3-0 lead in this match.
Game shot
And it goes. That's a 14 darter. Leonard Gates here is averaging 118.66. Hold on to your hats,
Full
because if this
flag.
leg is
It's Leonard
good,
to throw
we could
first.
well be entering
Game on.
Super Series record territory. If Leonard Gates is able to hold on to this average,
55.
which is highly likely now after that visit, he would put himself third on the
66.
all-time list. Had to just dig through the archive there. 114 the average right now for Leonard Gates. And I think it's going to come down
68.
to a measly 110.86. We gave you the big build-up, Leonard. You've let us down, man.
85. $100.
Well, it's the highest combination you could take with 6 darts, but Donny isn't going to do that.
45. $100.
Well, he's closing in on sealing what has been a magnificent display.
54. $60.
Uh, 118 to win the match, and he's got
40.
time on his side.
Leonard, you
Been a
require
really good display this
118.
from Leonard Gates. Is he going to open the floodgates? Treble 16. Double 8. What a finish!
Game
What a
shot, and the
performance
match,
from Leonard
Leonard
Gates! An average of 107.36, and he wins it with a 118 checkout. He's beaten Donny Shearwater by 4 legs to 0. The soldier is making a charge. A 4-0 win for Leonard Gates. The performance of the day so far. Well, when the players are running hot, they are running red hot, aren't they? We had the 103 from Noah Lynn. That's been bettered by the 107 from Leonard. Coming up after the break, Barry Copeland up against Colin Osborne. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receiving the trophy, £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've just about drawn breath after what we saw before the break. Leonard Gates with an average of 107.36 to get the better of Donny Shearwater by 4 legs nil. Rounding the game for 118 checkout. His first 3 legs won 11-13-14. There was a point where we actually thought the record average could be under some kind of threat. But the performance of the week nonetheless. Next up for us, Barry Copeland against Colin Osborne. Now, if I was to say to you that we'd see a Super Series meeting between 2 players that will just play at a consistent, streamlined level, these 2 would probably be 2 at the very top of the list. Yes, they've got that real flary performance
First
in
leg,
them.
it's Barry to throw
But
first.
what we do expect probably
Game on.
is consistent quality. Probably a lot of legs in and around the 5-6 visit range.
Yeah, that is what we're expecting.
100.
And there are certain types of players that bring out certain games in each other, and you would imagine that these 2 are very much that.
140.
Osborne will be hoping that the darting exploits are slightly better than the exploits of his football team in recent times.
140.
Oh, you had to go there with him, didn't you? You had to go there.
Well, I've got 3 days with Glenn Durrant, so I'm just trying to get all this out straight away.
Well, that's the same
58.
team, but it's a different person. Sort of take it up with him, maybe.
121. $57. Barry, you require
Copeland 140 and 6 darts from here to take the opening leg. Another. Decide to go tops.
80.
Bad decision there from the daddy.
108.
And that's why it was a bad
Barry
decision.
requires 60.
Great guide. Can he find one between? He's
Game
always
shot on
trying to
the first
nestle it off the
leg,
first
Barry
dart,
Copeland.
wasn't he? And that was what he was able to do with dart 3. Kindly kissed off the barrel into the target, and
Second
Copeland
leg,
finds
it's
himself
Colin
one
to
up.
throw first.
I think that
Game on.
celebration was more relief than anything, because it was going through his head as well that he maybe got that slightly wrong.
100.
Gives it full beans, doesn't he, Barry Copeland?
Yeah, but with some opponents, all you do is give your opponent their mojo by doing that. And also, you exert all your own energies.
26.
And hence follows up that big go on with a 26.
I don't think these two will mind playing one another. I think they both play the game with a similar intensity. Maybe we don't see quite the big celebrations from Colin Osborne, but you do see that real intense nature when he throws and that forever burning desire to win.
134.
Been a while since we've seen Colin here. Probably been to Tenerife about 5 times since the last time he was at the Live Lounge. Just love a good trip to Spain, does Colin. It's not a bad life if you can get it right.
The right time of year, it can be a lot cheaper than staying in the UK.
60. Colin, you require 161.
He's got 6 here from 161 to square the score.
99. $100. Colin, you require 62.
Triple 7 was probably the intention there because Barry wasn't on a finish.
$22.
Leaves himself on tops upon his return.
$114. Colin, you require
I
40.
see the plan there from Copeland. Didn't quite execute it with the last dart.
Game shot on the second leg. Colin
Had
Osborne.
he done, it would have made no difference. Osborne takes that out with one dart.
Third leg,
16
it's
dart.
Barry to throw first.
Hold a throw for
Game
him. And now with the leg on the board, he's in the match. He will try to use the momentum of that leg win
41.
to steal a march on Copeland here at the top of leg 3.
$135.
And that he has done.
$134.
Yeah, good response from Copeland.
Still 4 more games to go after this one.
140.
Noah Lynn Van Loon will take on Peter Vachuri. Barry Copeland will take on Doddy Shawwater. Vachuri against Gates. Osborne against Noah Lynn will round the day off.
100.
At a crucial crossroads, though, in this match. Osborne's taken the darts off of Copeland and is in a position where he's got 6 darts from here to get the breaker throw. A break that at some point in this contest he will need.
97. $97. Colin, you require 129. 89. Barry, you require 129.
Masterful on the setup there. So you feel this has to go from Copeland. 129. Starts on the 19s. Treble 20 for Bullseye. Oh, Bullseye incoming to hold his throw.
Game
what a shot.
Third leg. Barry
What a
Copeland.
shot from Copeland.
Fourth flag. It's Colin.
Just when he would have thought that he was against the rack somewhat, and Osborne had an opportunity to break. He conjures up a 1-2-9 to put his nose in front and to keep his opponent at bay.
Yeah, he did well there to hold that leg. It needed something special for him to hold it.
140.
Osborne was all over him like chicken pox.
$99.
Not careful, it could be a case of mad coal disease for Osborne.
$60. $96.
And Osborne looking to wrestle back the initiative in the game, looking to level up at 2-2. We've had 3.5 legs in this match, and it does feel like we've had a couple of seesaw changes already.
93.
Yeah, there are turning moments in matches, aren't there? And I think we've had a couple already. And we're only 3 legs in. We could see another turning point here.
140.
Super stuff from Osborne.
$100. Colin, you require 69.
Heads back up to tops then to level it up.
Fourth flag. Colin Osborne.
Nicely done. Those are the little shots that matter. Those sort of 55
Fifth flag. It's Barry to throw first.
70. Little finishes where you get one dart at them. It feels so good for the confidence when they go in one dart.
82.
Copeland does nicely there to hit a last treble 19 because Colin Osborne's eyes would have been lighting up the size of dinner plates had he had a non-treble visit there to open there. Osborne knows he's got to break the throw somewhere if he's going to win this match. Copeland's done it again, sneaked in with that one big treble.
$45.
Copeland look at the rest of the initiative again.
140.
Before he puts him in a decent position, but Osborne with a max can leave himself first to a finish.
$85. $139.
Copeland tops after 12 to move himself a leg away from victory here.
$89. Barry require 40.
And good ball management there from Osborne, but it's Copeland on tops. Now 10s.
Game shot.
Nicely
fifth
done.
Flag. Barry Copeland.
Takes a 3-2 lead in this one. Osborne
Sick
having to
flag.
throw to
It's
stay in
Colin
the
to throw
match.
first. Game on.
Averages aren't half bad for this either.
137.
Osborne running on a 102 and Copeland on a 98.45. There they are.
99.
It's definitely a bit of a scrap, this one.
Well, we said, didn't we, that once one player went in, we'd expect the rest to follow. We saw that performance of Nolan in Van Leeuwen, 103.66. Then we saw the Gates, 107.36.
100.
And now these two delivering in terms of upping the ante and upping the quality here. But Osborne on throw
84.
has put himself in a real good position to take us all the way to a last leg decider. And we've seen our fair share with them today. Be the fourth match from 11 at Go 4. We've had a smattering of 4-2s as well.
97. $83. Colin, you require 167.
67 for Colin Osborne to take us all the way. And he's got 6 darts on this mark. Doesn't have to. And we'll never know whether he would or wouldn't.
99.
Although knowing Colin, he probably would have done the safe thing and have laid up upon his return.
$99.
So what's he going to make
Colin,
of
you
68
require
to take us
68.
the distance? Copeland is on a finish if this doesn't go, although it is a seismic one, the 136.
6.
And he is going to get a look at it, and he's already
Barry,
taken out the
require
129 in this
136.
match.
You'll be disappointed with that attempt at double four because that treble 20 went in so nice. But he's going to get back to the double four. Treble 13 will be the shot.
78. Colin, you require 8.
So double 4 for Colin Osborne to send us to leg 7 again.
Game shot on the
And
sick
we
flag.
go the
Colin
distance in our 11th match of the day.
7th and final leg. It's Barry to throw first. Game on. $43.
So a bit of a smelly opener from Copeland.
136.
And Osborne jumps on it.
Well, he's given a sniff and he's taken it. But Copeland
140.
rallying back.
$121. $100.
Needs a big treble.
42.
He didn't even get a big single with that last dart. So the throw has more or less been turned around. And if Copeland can hit a treble here.
58.
Copeland's left himself for the finish to win the match. What can Osborne apply in terms of
42.
pressure.
Barry, you require
Both on 160 after
106.
hold. Huge advantage for Barry Copeland here. He's not going to take it out. He hopes he's going to come back for another bite.
60. Colin, you require
So Osborne will look at the
106.
finish that Copeland couldn't take out. Another. Just clips underneath. So Copeland looking at a ton.
100.
For his second ton
Barry, you
topper
require 100.
to win this game in the last leg decider. May well be tops here. He's going to be tops. Unable to find with the first.
80.
Finds the trouble with dart
Colin,
three.
you
And
require
so Osborne
60.
will come back for 60 to eventually win this game. It is seesawed one way, then another throughout the duration of this contest.
shot,
But it's
and the
Colin
match,
Osborne that is the
Colin
winner of
Osborne.
it. And he knows that that was hard work. An average just under 97. It was a good performance from the Wizards. But both players gave absolutely everything to that game. Such are the battlers they are. Osborne 4, Copeland 3. Noelin van Leuven against Peter Achuri is coming up after the break.
Charlie require 164. 44. 32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
jockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
Got
done.
in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
MODUS
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. For the break, Colin Osborne edged past Barry Copeland by 4 legs to 3. That means he is now 1 win away from completing the card on this Monday. Next up for us, we're going to watch Noah van Leuven and Peter Achuri go head-to-head. This is game 12 of our session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And hopefully, it'll be a little bit of a cracker. For Achuri, he's the only player yet to pick up a win so far, excuse me, on this Monday morning.
First leg,
As an Noah van Leuven, her
first.
only success came with a 103.66 average against Barry Copeland in Game 6 of the session. Scott Mitchell is alongside me here in the commentary box for all of the action throughout the course of this Group A. Now, Peter Achuri, he's knocking on the door, isn't he? Every single time. He's picking off a couple of legs, but he's not been able to make that next move forward.
Yeah, and it's a shame, really, because he really does throw some good stuff when he's throwing some good stuff. It's a case of trying to knit it all together. He picked up 3 legs in a 4-3 loss against Colin Osborne, who we now see at top of the group. He then went and picked up another 3 legs against Dommy Sherwater, who was at the top of the group and second at the time. And then he picked up a couple of legs against Barry Copeland in his last outing. So he's won 8 legs today, but he's just not winning them in the right places to, that could be 2 wins.
100.
Just get that feel about him. If he can just get that first win under his belt, that would find him a little bit of confidence, and he would sort of just settle down a bit and throw with a bit more freedom.
It's all about doing the right things at the right time.
140.
And Leuven leaves herself a 101 after 12.
Yeah, indeed. And
29.
Lynn doing enough to keep Achuri under big pressure.
89.
Because of things like that. Achuri back on 166. Nolan will return at the 666.
84.
I hope that miss was just a hiccup. Oh, used that first dart brilliantly. Had a fantastic guide. Nudged it off the barrel into the middle of the 666.
Second leg, it's Peter to
one up.
First. Game on. $45. $55. $100. $60.
See the disappointment on Noah Lynn's face there with the stray dart.
$60.
The dart transfer between hands with Achuri is very fast indeed.
$60.
It's Ricky Evans fast from one hand to the other as he gets it set to throw again. Before the darts kind of hit the board, the other one's up there in his hand.
40.
It's like a hot potato, isn't it?
$140.
Feels like Noah Lynn here is just doing a professional job. She knows that she's the better player and she's playing the better darts right now. And she's just doing what she needs to do to get the job done, it feels, against Peter. Although Peter is first to a finish in this second leg.
Yeah, let's not write him off yet. He's hanging in there.
140. PT require 135.
Tremendous visit from Noah Lynn there, the 140. It's gone the right direction. That's a 12. Treble 19 incoming. 104, he's going back up top.
85.
And
Nolan, you require 46.
puts a bit of pressure on the Noah Lynn. 46 incoming here. Tops.
26. PT require
And
50.
misses. So, Wachuri is going 10 for double top.
Games
and
on the
lands
second
it.
leg. Peter Washiri.
And we are level at one apiece. Just when it looked like Noah Lynn van Leuven was going to
Third leg. It's Noah
run
Lynn
away
to
with a
throw
contest. A
Game
couple of missed darts at a double as Wachuri back in, and he takes advantage of the opportunity.
100.
And in fairness to Noah Lynn, the scoring power has been really good today, but there has been one or two occasions where the doubling has let herself down a little bit.
140. 108.
Yeah, right on cue. Commentator's curse to scoring, letting Noah Lynn down there. A 180. Oh, way up. Here comes Peter.
140. 43.
And suddenly here, when Noah Lynn had an opportunity to open up a 2-0 lead, had a couple of darts to do so. Venturi has taken the darts here.
140.
And he's left himself with a 2 dart. He's on for a potential 11 darter to get the breaker throw and a 2-1 lead.
58. PT require
How quickly
81.
these short races could change. Noah Lynn, midway through the second leg, looked in full control of this match. But if Peter Venturi finds the bullseye here,
56.
she was win a
Noah Lynn, you
coat of
require
paint of finding herself
120.
behind. Tops to rescue the leg. That's
Games on the
class.
third
That's
leg.
quality
Noah Lynn van Leuven.
for Noah Lynn van Leuven. Peter Venturi had a dart at the bullseye to get the break and open up a
Fourth leg,
2-1
it's
lead.
Peter to throw
Noah Lynn
first.
knew that was must
Game
hit, and to her credit, she took it out brilliantly.
Adds that to a 115. She hit her earlier.
121. 140. 100. 45. 108.
Find the purple patch here, Peter Venturi. I know he lost the last leg, but he had left himself on for a 12 darter against the
54.
throw.
PT
He's on
require
for an 11
100.
darter on throw here. And Noah Lynn's all the way back on 262, so he does have space and time. Tops.
80. 82. PT required 20. Game shot on the fourth leg. Peter Washiri.
Yeah, it's nicely done from Peter Washiri.
Fifth leg. It's Noah Lynn to throw first. Game on.
Could have been a little bit of a rocky leg for him, having Noah Lynn hit the 120 to sort of like rob the leg off him while he was sat on tops. The one before.
Well, that scoring power pack, there is nothing between the players.
43.
4-1 treble visits, 4-2 treble visits, and 1 max apiece. You can hardly separate the pair.
140. $36. 46. 44. 45.
'Well, level at 2-2. Peter Achuri's just...
140.
Just up to that point was having all of them legs, but then finds a 140 just to keep himself an interested party. Noah Lynn,
140.
I have to say at times her timing in this game has been exceptional. 140 there to leave herself on 70, just as Achuri was beginning to apply real
81.
surmountable
Noah Lynn, you
pressure.
require 70.
Double top.
Game shot on the
That
fifth
first dart was
leg. Noah Lynn
such a
van
good
Looy.
guy. There's no way the second was missing.
No, used to perfection.
Sixth leg. It's Peter to throw first. Game on.
And Peter having to hold his throw here. Once again, he's put legs on the board.
43.
As he made a mistake there at the wrong time.
134.
I think the answer is yes.
$95. 137.
8-2 treble scores. 1 max for Noah Lynn van Leuven in this match.
85.
And it's that scoring power which puts her in a position of authority right here. 6 darts on 230 to claim a 4-2 win over Peter Achuri.
100.
And puts a ton-sized dent in that 230.
100. Noah Lynn, you require 130.
Still 6 of the match, but may be done in 3. The treble 10 doesn't go.
90.
But tops will be left after 12 darts against the throw here for Noah Lynn van Leuven to win this game 4-2.
60. Noah Lynn, you require
Achuri's just
40.
run out of steam, it feels. And so Noah Lynn van Leuven to pick up a second win is now going to have to look at double 15.
10. Peter, you require
She was having a look over just to see what
118.
Peter Achuri was on, because if he wasn't on 118, there may have been a tendency to possibly have looked at other areas of the board.
Yeah, touch unlucky that. A little bit of a drift into the ones.
22.
But
Noah
that
Lynn,
would have
you
been
require
music to Noah
30.
Lynn's ears.
Double 15
Game
for
shot, and the
4-2
match.
win.
Noah Lynn van
And for
Leuven.
Noah Lynn van Leuven, that's a second win of the day. Did the right things at the right time. That's probably the best way to describe that particular performance. When she needed to hit the high notes, she did exactly that. A 120 finish, the real highlight of that particular match. And that was when Achuri was really pushing and probing and asking the questions of Noah Lynn van Leuven. It's a 4-2 win in the end for Noah Lynn as we enter the final round of fixtures of the day. 3 more games to go, and we kick off with a meeting between Barry Copeland and Donny Shearwater.
So, welcome back to the live lounge here at Portsmouth. We are on Series 10, Week 6. It's Group A in Day 1, and this is what's been happening if you are only just joining us. Colin Osborne tops the table on 8 points. Leonard Gates, after a tough start, has got himself back into it. He's there on 4 points in second spot. Noelyn Van Leeuwen, she's just had a win before the break. That's put her into third spot. And the rest are battling it all out. But now we join, as you come back to us, our next game is Barry Copeland taking on Donny Shearwater. All the players now approach their last matches of the day. We have 3 to go. And Copeland will be looking for a win here to take him 2 points above Donny Shearwater, who started the day very well with 2 wins on the bounce and then lost his way a little in his last 2 games. Copeland, he's a determined character and he won't be looking at points on tables. He just looks at matches in players in front of him. He doesn't worry about tables. He just let that all sorts itself out. He doesn't look at the whys and wherefores.
Game on.
But he'll know that keep winning games and he'll keep himself in with a shout. And Colin Osborne, he will play in our last match against Noelyn Van Leeuwen. And should he win that one, he will go with 5 and 5 for the day. But we know that Noelyn is probably the one in the averages that's closest to Colin. And so that will be a big game to finish the day. But as for now, this is a big game for these two. Because a win here for either would see them on 6 points.
140.
3 wins from 5 would not be a bad return on day 1, Henry.
Not at all. You feel like this is a real position jostling match, and if one player can do the double over the other, the position that they'll put themselves and also the precarious position they'll put their opponent in will be so huge. And the way this group's looking, it's very tight now below Colin Osborne, but that will change before too long. As Copeland gets off to a superb start, leaves himself on 60 after 9, looking for a potential 11 data to kick off the match. And Donny Shearwater is nowhere to be seen. He was hit by the 107.36 on Leonard Gates in his previous match.
50.
But he hasn't been hit with a 12 data from Barry Copeland to start this, but he will still be a huge favourite to win this leg with Shearwater nowhere to be seen.
57. Barry required 10.
Straightforward. Now, he could have found himself in 2 minds, but why when you can hit it first time? 13 data. Copeland leads 1-0.
Yeah, I'm a firm believer in that. If it's there, just have a go at it. If you're going to split it, just split it with, by having a chance of winning the leg. That's my philosophy on that one. Probably why I ain't won much.
60.
Didn't you win a lakeside thingy here?
Oh, yeah.
A time?
It was a while ago.
Decade now.
Somebody mentioned that to me this week on my social media. When are you going to win something? I said, well, I'm one of life's winners. I'm winning in life. I don't need to be winning on the dartboard as well.
34.
Sat with you, Henry. It doesn't get better than this in the commentary world.
Please now stop telling porkies.
You keep buying me sweets. You're bribing me.
129.
Whatever works, works, right?
Absolutely. It works for me. H, it works for me.
Well, Donny Shearwater needs to find a consistent formula. It's felt a little bit up and down from him today. He beat Noelyn Van Leeuwen 4-1, 77 average. Won his second match against Peter Wachuri with a couple of ton plus checkouts. But once again, he's being pulled from pillar to post against an opponent. It was Leonard Gates last time. It could well be Barry Copeland here. He's left 92 after 9, having hit a 13 data in the first leg. Double 12 would have been forward 12.
Yeah, he was thinking about it then, wasn't he? I mentioned earlier on one of Barry's games that I usually see him throw that little bit quicker, and I think he's doing that in this game, where Donny's sort of like a more fluent thrower.
42. Barry
I think he's
requires
allowing
12.
Barry to throw just a little bit quicker, and that's suiting Barry all the way. Just a split second. We're not talking lots and lots. He's just not holding his hand there quite so long before the release.
Well, he's missed 3 more, but he hasn't really had pressure applied to him as of yet. But that could change in a couple of moments' time. After the first treble, he would have expected more than just to be left to 120.
Yeah, it's always a disappointment when you hit a big treble first go.
Game shot
Nicely done from Copeland. Nicely done. Once again, he was batting on a very bumpy wicket there, wasn't he? And
third leg, it's
double
Barry
5 was similar the leg before, and then he
on.
smashes double 3 out of the park.
And that's the break which gives him full control of this contest.
45.
Well, we saw Donny, we were working together, weren't we, on the Global Championship? And we could see there's a player
84.
there, but there still feels like there's something to be unlocked to possibly take him to the next level.
There he is, and because he's been here before, we know that, you know, this is his debut in the Super Series, and it's been a very similar performance today as what we saw with the Global Championship. You know, there is a ceiling there for him, and he can do it, but it's finding that consistency to find his better ceiling.
108.
As Copeland hits his third 180 of the match. And which is just something. If a player's doing that to you every single leg, it could knock you off your stride.
108.
But there's one back at you. Throw him with a bit of freedom there.
36.
Oh, Copeland's not going to find the 136. Once again, finds himself in a commanding position in the leg, and once again leads himself on a double after a dozen. This time, double 18.
94. Barry requires.
For once, Shorts is actually keeping up a bit more pace. Shovels across. He had 2 great guys. All he had to do was try and find a way through the middle. That's exactly what he's done. Copeland 3 up. 45 darts for those first 3 legs. He's 3-0 to the good.
Game on.
And 1 away from winning his final match of the day. For Donny Sherwater, he won his first 2, but it looks like, unless he can change things 55. Here, he's going to lose his last 3 of the session. Don't forget, this ain't the only darts we're broadcasting to you on Pluto TV today.
60.
We're going to be back from 10 o'clock this evening for the Legends League finals. You can replay and rewatch the full session featuring the likes of Steve Beaton, Richie Burnett, Neil Duff and others. That's 10 o'clock.
140.
On Pluto TV.
$60. $100.
Copeland here continues to go about his business. And his business in this one is making life very difficult for Donny Sherwater.
Well, at the back of the stage, Donny Sherwater slurps on his water.
44.
He may well be put out of his misery as he heads towards the last chance saloon here on this Monday.
135.
Good visit, leads himself on a 2-darter.
Barry require 157.
Copeland 157 for the match. If he did take it out there, he would have had a ton plus average.
You require 96.
He's had a couple of straights, isn't he, into the treble 5 as Donny. 81 left, treble 15 leaves double 18.
Game shot.
Superb recovery after an errant first dart. Donny Shearwater's back in this match. A sign of respect from his opponent, Barry Copeland. But it is the man from Northern Ireland here who has the darts to get the job done. Averaging 97.33, 3,180. The scoring has been delightful. Just perhaps a bit of fine-tuning on the doubles, perhaps needed for the man from Northern Ireland.
140.
He's a treble here.
100.
Nicely done. Throws better like that, Donny, when he's just flowing a little bit. And there's a bit more rhythm rather than throwing at each dart as an individual.
57.
Is this sometimes you should throw with a bit more feel than force?
Yeah, perfectly put. Yeah, it is. It feels like that.
91.
We all do it. We all sort of like know we need a certain thing or whatever we're going for, and we tend to slow down a little bit and then try to pick each dart and give it a chance. But sometimes a little bit of flow and freedom is the way forward.
Donny, you require 107.
Well, this would be some way to save the match. But Donny Shearwater's not going to take out the big fish.
96.
Looking for another one of them to leave himself
Barry,
double
you require
18.
104.
Copeland 104 for the match. To round off his day. To cap it off with a really good performance. Shearwater comes back. He's getting more opportunity than he did in the early
56.
portion of this contest. And if he could take this out, he'll bring it back to 3-2 and bring the game back on throw. And suddenly Barry Copeland will have some answers to questions which he didn't think he'd need to have posed to him. Tops doesn't go, and so Copeland can finish it off once and for all here.
48.
For the match, it's double 16. It's a win for Barry Copeland, and it's 6 points for Barry Copeland, and he let us know that he means business. The pair exchange a handshake and a few words after. For Barry Copeland, I think he's pleased with how things ended. Real bit of respect between them two. It's a real nice young man, is Donny Shearwater. But today, he could only find 2 wins. It was Barry Copeland, though, who provided the class in that contest. An average of 95, 4 from 13 on his doubles. We're going to take a break. When we return, Peter Raturi takes on Leonard Gates. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Barry Copeland got the better of Donny Shearwater by 4 legs to 1. Really good performance that from Barry. Average of 95.26, 3 180s in there. And rounding off their day is Leonard Gates against Peter Raturi on the live lounge stage. As far as Leonard is concerned, he's picked up 2 wins of his last 2 games after a stuttering start, but his last performance against Donny Shearwater was nothing short of exemplary. 107.36 average, 3 180s in there. He was 4 for 5 on his doubles, winning legs of 11, 13, 14 and 18. And that included a unconventional 118 finish to cross the line in the end. Up against Peter Raturi, who going into the final round of fixtures for the day is still searching for his first win here at the MODUS Super Series. Got one last chance to do it on Monday, but he's taking on Leonard Gates, who we do sometimes see in the morning session just take a bit of time to get going, but it's fair to say he has now.
Yeah, it was a slow start for him this morning, but he'll be pleased with how his day has progressed. And
43.
We have to say that that last performance, if that doesn't get you going, nothing will.
59. $41. 100.
For Peter, he pushed Colin Osborne all the way in the opening match. He had trail 3-1, took it all the way to a last leg decider for Osborne. Pipped into the post. He's got close in games. He missed 2 match darts against Donny Shearwater before the Dutchman then took out the 156.
134.
In fact, you look at his day. He has won at least 2 legs in every single match. He's been there or thereabouts, but has been unable to
140.
do the damage when it's
PT
mattered
require
most.
49.
And he's left himself 49 here to take the opening leg. It's double top.
9.
Doesn't go.
Leonard, you
Gates,
require
136.
136. PT require 40.
So pressure well and truly applied by Gates. Peter will work his way down now. That one's too low. So double 10.
30.
And another
Leonard,
leg
you
gets away
require
from him. He'll be
36.
disappointed with that. Well, it looks like it's going to get away from him.
But Leonard's got to do the hardest job of them all. Locate the double.
80.
He's unable to.
PT require 10.
Richuri's been reprieved. And he takes good
Gates on the
advantage of
first
it.
leg. Peter Washuri. Second leg, it's Leonard to throw first. Game on. $108.
Now that's much more like the Leonard Gates that we've seen over the last couple of games.
$96.
Looks like he's changed the flights again. I don't know whether this is just something he's doing game on, game off, just changing it up to make things feel fresh, but he's changed his flights every single game today, is Leonard.
83.
If Paul Nicholson was here, he'd have an extra tally chart in his notebook as to how many changes of flights he'd have.
140.
And before you ask, no, I'm not doing the Geordie accent. Mainly because I can't for a start.
100. Leonard, you require 121.
Gates 121 to level up. He's got options here. And he'll leave himself on
89.
32.
Yeah, the option was to leave 32 there. Sensible option. Player back on 222. Bit of a no-brainer.
60. Leonard, you require 32.
So double 16 for Leonard.
Game shot, the second leg, Leonard Gates. Third leg, it's Peter to throw first. Game on.
So we call that a comfortable hold, I'd say, for Leonard Gates. Although did throw his last 2 darts at double more near the closer to the double 8 than the double 16, but did leave the double 16 route open.
$140.
Well, for Peter, I'm sure he's taken a lot out of today's experience of the live lounge.
54.
Yeah, it tends to be that way. You could come in as a debutant here and you walk out at the end of the week
68.
with a bag full of knowledge that you didn't have when you walked in on Monday morning. And I do firmly believe that Peter is going to be one of those
60.
players.
And we've seen it from players from parts of the world where the
57.
opportunities like this don't come all the time. Or at least not at the moment. We've seen it from the ADC European players from places like Cyprus, for example, or places like Gibraltar in the case of Craig Galliano.
108.
Peter Venturi's going to learn a lot here. Hilton Klein learned a lot whilst he's here. He's probably going to find out more over the course of 5 days because of the opposition, because of the environment he's in,
100.
than perhaps he's ever done so before in his career.
have to say I agree with you
26.
there, Henry.
Leonard, you require 136. $60. Peter, you require 140.
Now then, Peter. Red tops. Although,
80.
the way
Leonard,
Dart
you
1 went in, I
require
thought that might have been
76.
inviting enough for him.
Yeah. Gates here for 20, treble 20, double 8. Usually stays up there. No.
Game shot on the third leg. Leonard Gates.
Nicely executed 76. Gates to
Fourth
throw.
leg. It's Leonard to throw first. Game on.
Two on to the good. Break in hand.
140.
Now really looking to press for home in this final match of his day.
108.
Chewy's been competitive everywhere he's been.
He-
He's won at least 2 legs in every single match, and that maximum there applies a huge toll of pressure on the Leonard Gates throw, having just been broken in the
83.
previous. If he was to hit a 9, the internet would spontaneously combust.
42. $100. $108.
Well, 2 and 8's in the leg. And Leonard Gates is throwing under severe pressure here. Okay, the 180 leaves 99. Oh, Leonard.
140.
He is
BT
so
require
lucky.
99.
So lucky he's hit the single there. It's another mathematical equation that's gone wrong for Leonard Gates. And that one almost cost him dearly.
77.
He's
Leonard,
got
you
away with
require
it. He comes
38.
back for a double. But he should never have even been in this situation.
6. Peter, you require 22. Game shot on the
Just
fourth
squeezes it
leg.
into
Peter
the
was
bottom
sure.
corner. 2-2.
5th leg. It's Peter to throw first. Game on.
You feel that maybe if Leonard could have left himself tops rather than 38. It's just silly little things he's got to tweak.
81. $120.
It's cutting out the unforced errors, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the word I was looking for. All few of them.
59.
Because look, we've already heaped his praises today. The 107 average. It could have actually been more. That was how well he played in that match. But just when you think everything's going normal for Leonard Gates,
140.
we have a moment like that.
$95. $140. $100. Leonard, you
Now
require
it's Peter Achuri's
100.
turn to miscount. Maybe absolutely irrelevant.
70. $100. Leonard, you require 30. 26. PT requires 66.
Tops with Churi to get onto 3.
26.
Bends the wire. And so
Energy
Gates will
require
come back
4.
for double 2 to make it 3-2 in his favour. And he'll get the break again. He'd have the darts to win in the next. It's the Madhouse. Magnus.
No score. PT require 40.
Peter Achuri wants tops to lead this game by 3 legs to 2.
No score. Lenergy
And
require
he can't
4.
find his desired destination either.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Leonard Gates.
Gates does there with a nonchalant wave of the hand as a breaker throw.
6th leg. It's Leonard to throw
Peter
first.
Washuri once more.
Game on.
He's winning legs, but just cannot get over that finish line, can he? Can't get himself there.
6.
It's just when that push comes to shove, isn't it? And he's been playing well enough to keep himself competitive in every single match. But it feels like whenever he comes to a crunch point, he's just been unable to
140.
find that little bit of class when it matters.
$100. $80. $85.
Bit of a loose one there from Gates.
$95.
Look more than that from here.
$60. $96.
Oh, I thought Gates was going to fill it up from there.
83. PT require 90. Game shot on the 6th leg.
Nicely
Peter
done.
Washiri.
Nicely done, Peter Washiri.
7th and final
Can he
leg.
actually
It's
turn this
Peter to
into a
throw
win?
first.
He's played well
Game
enough
on.
today to deserve one. There's no two ways about that.
Well, this just goes to show that Leonard Gates has been a player that is...
55.
Well, he's been a man of two hearts, hasn't he? The good stuff has been really good, but the off stuff has been a fair bit off.
Feast or famine, and like we said, those longer legs that go 23, 24 darts.
140.
If you win those, it's a great bonus. If you lose them, you don't get them back.
$140.
Can the dancing, darting soldier just find something in this final leg of the day?
81. $135. $60. $55.
So, Machuri leads himself 116. Gates on 220.
60. PT
Only
require
60 for Leonard.
116.
Machuri only needs a treble here. Well, he needs another one now. It's the bull. To win it in style. It'd be his first tub plus checkout of the day.
91.
Not far off.
Not far away at all. I think we're all willing it in.
$60. PT required 25.
But it has been edgy at the end of legs. Both players have missed 14 darts at a double in this match. But it's double 12 for Peter Achiri to get his first win.
13. Leonard, you require
You're
100.
feeling stopping himself. It's such a big barrier to climb over.
He's still smiling in the face of adversity. But he's going to get 3
No
more.
score.
Oh, he's bust the score. He stayed
PT
there.
required
Leonard.
12.
It's another mathematical meltdown for Leonard Gates. But is it going to be a first win for Peter Achiri? No, it's not.
No
and because
score.
he bust last time out, Leonard's going to have to go back to the start.
100.
Big 20. And that time it was safe.
PT required 12.
Surely last chance corral here for Washiri.
Game shot and the match.
And finally, Peter
Achiri
Achiri gets a win here at the Super Series. He's got a beaming smile from ear to ear. A nice embrace between the pair. The man from Kenya has got his first win on the Live Lounge stage. And he is very, very happy with it. He's deserved that win. He's been competitive in every game. He's beaten Leonard Gates by 4 legs to 3. Coming up after the break, Colin Osborne takes on Noelin van Leuven.
$54. Charlie require 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
MODUS
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Peter Achuri got the better of Leonard Gates by 4 legs to 3 to get his first win of the session. Our final game sees Colin Osborne take on Noah Lynn van Leuven. For Colin, a victory here would mean that he would complete the card on the first day's worth of action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Now, sorry, Cole, we're going to have to interrupt your friendly conversation with Jack because we got a game of darts to play and we got homes to go to and lives to live once this game is done. Scott Mitchell's got work to attend to on the farm. What have you got
First
to do on the
leg,
farm
it's
tonight,
Colin
Scott?
to throw
Enlighten
first.
us.
Yeah, I've got some cows
Game
to
on.
feed. And some animals to check round before my day is done.
How are the hens? Any chance of eggs anytime soon?
Well, it's a good point, actually. It's been a little bit
85.
cold and a little bit wet, and they're not really laying at the minute. They're not enjoying the cold weather, where it keeps going cold and then warm and then
58.
cold again. So they're not laying much at the minute. So I'm praying for the warm and sunny weather so that, yeah, I can get some more omelettes on the go.
Well, there's Countryfile on Pluto TV.
108.
Let's get to the darts as Colin Osborne hits a max with his second visit of the match.
85.
4 wins and 4. I think if we spoke to Colin, I think he'd say, yes, he's played okay. He played well in his last match against Barry Copeland.
121.
But I still think he'll feel like there's still more out there. I think that's the expectation he has of himself.
100. Colin, you require 150.
I also think if you can do a 5 out of 5 on the first day, then the rest of your opponents really do target you then as the one to beat, and they play their better games against you on the second day.
39. 100. Colin, you require 76.
So 76 for Osborne here. Tops.
Game shot of first
No
leg.
mistake.
Colin
1-0 to the Wizard.
Standard 15 dart leg
Second
on
leg.
the
It's
throw.
Noah Lynn to throw
Makes you
first.
extremely difficult
Game
to
on.
beat.
$125. 95.
But there is a cricket phrase, isn't there, that Bumble, David Lloyd likes to say, and that's start the car. And if Colin Osborne can rattle off a few legs here, he will be able
49.
to head out of here 5 and 5 in full control of the group. Now we know he's not going to head back to Middlesbrough should he win this Group A. He'll be able to do something that very few get to enjoy, and that's enjoy
40.
the full array of tourist entertainment in Portsmouth in the middle of February.
50.
Nothing quite like the delights of Portsmouth this time of the year.
You could go for a little wander around Portchester Castle or something. You could sort of stray yourself afield, but that's a long way off.
The darts or the end of
30.
Group A?
The end of Group A.
$59.
I think take out the opener. I think Noah Lynn van Leuven will be very pleased with the performances she's put in today. Obviously, the 103, the highlight, then
83.
back that up with a 90. Even though she lost legs to 12 and 15 legs that she won, missed a few darts at a double, and then One last time out with an average of 87.5.
100.
It's been a decent day, but she ends with 4 points. She'll feel like she's got a lot of work to do tomorrow to chase and catch Osborne. And of course, there's a possibility that she could be completely out the race if Osborne win both of these matches. Remember, this will end up being the first game tomorrow.
118.
So moments like these could be important.
83. Colin, you require 113.
Treble 19 now for double 18. Double 18 incoming.
Game
A
shot.
nice little ton topper there from Osborne.
Noah Lynn missed a dart
Third leg,
at top
it's
for the
Collins to
118.
throw first.
Osborne obliges on the
Game on.
113. How quickly a game in this format can change. No sooner did it look like we're going to be level, is no sooner that Osborne has established a 2-0 lead. And looking to stretch it further.
135. $100. $30. $125. $45.
Much more like it.
140.
Noelene against the darts, leaving herself a 136 after 9.
$140. Noelene, you require 136.
136 was on offer, but doesn't go.
96.
Osborne
Colin, you
looking
require
to
151.
strike another big blow, the 151 for 3-0. Not to be, and so Noelin's got 3 darts at tops to bring it back to 2-1. If there has been one criticism of Noelin today, it has been at times
Noelene, you
these types of
require
scenarios,
40.
opportunities not being taken.
Game
But that
shot
one,
on the third leg.
no
Noelene van
mistake.
Leuven.
13 darts are back to 2-1.
Fourth flag. It's Noelene to throw first. Game on. $45. $99. $58.
Troubleless visit there from Van Leuven, and she now offers up an opportunity for Osborne. but
45.
Osborne knew it was an opportunity. A wry smile at the board from him. He knew he needed a treble.
60.
And the same goes there for Noah Lynn. So this is a little bit of a sticky patch within the game. Both trying to take hold of this one.
45.
And neither can find a treble.
$100.
Just the one there. Wrestles the throw back in Noelin's favour.
$59.
And she's got 6 here for 238 to level the score up at 2 apiece.
96.
Osborne will feel a couple of trebles here and he can get himself back in the leg. He's unable to do so.
60. No, Lynn, you require 142. $102.
Did all the hard work. Final dart went wayward, but she will return. Have a go at that 40. Osborne back on 193. An uncharacteristic leg for him, you could have to say, on the way that he's played most of the
Noah Lynn, you
day.
require 40. Game shot of 4 flag. Noah Lynn van Looijen.
So tops goes in and it's 2-2.
Level we
Fifth
are.
flag. It's Colin to throw first.
A best of
Game
three,
on.
a big best of three. If Osborne can win this exchange, he'll move 4 point clear, guaranteed to the top overnight. But if Noah Lynn can win 2 of the next 3 legs, there will be just 2 points separating the top 3 players overnight.
45. $96. $140.
So Osborne on throw. 225. 6 darts from here.
100. $58. Colin, you require 125.
Still got 6 darts from here. This is why he's gone the route that he
65.
did.
Noah Lynn applying pressure.
Colin, you require 60.
Let's have a 130 if Osborne can't convert this. Tops. There was always an expectation
on
on the
the
face
fifth
of Noah
leg.
Lynn van
Colin
Looven that was
Osborne.
going, and it does. First dart, 14 darter. Osborne 3-2 up, and a leg away now
Sixth flag. It's
from
Noah Lynn to
completing the
throw
card
first.
on the opening day's worth
Game
of
on.
action.
$96. $44.
Osborne does a 14 dart leg and then
$95.
starts off with a 44 against the throw. And goes 96, 95.
47. $60.
It's been quite a tense game, this one, hasn't it, between the two of them? There's a air of importance to it from both of them.
140.
Oz wants to go through the card. Noah Lynn does not
55.
want to be left behind, does she? And with this being the first game tomorrow morning, she knows that if she can turn him over here and then again tomorrow morning, she's back in the race for the group. So knows it's 2 big games.
$60. $121.
A super recovery from a bad first start.
$84. Noah Lynn, you require 74.
So to take us all the way. Double 16.
Game
And it
shot on
does
the
go.
sixth
And we
flag.
do
Noah Lynn
go
van Looijen.
all the way.
7th and final leg.
One more
It's
leg.
Colin to throw first.
One more leg for the
Game
day.
on.
And it's Colin Osborne with the darts. Looking to complete the card. Looking to make it 5 from 5. $100. Well, this is the last leg of the day, but the action on Pluto TV doesn't end here. Plenty of other bonus content
100.
for you. Once we're done in a few minutes' time, we'll have the story of Gerwyn Price, where Paul Nicholson and Scott Mitchell discuss Gerwyn Price's journey from rugby to darts. And then later on tonight at 10:05, we'll have a full replay of the Legends League finals. And then Group A will continue tomorrow morning, 9:30, exclusively live on Pluto TV. But Colin Osborne here, Scott, 261 points away
30.
from completing the card. He's found ways of winning games in completely different ways today.
He has. He's done the full scope today, hasn't he? And if he does get this 5 out of 5, it'd be one of the hardest days for 5 out of 5 he's had in a while.
140.
Doing what he needs to do. 1-2-1 left after 9. And Noelin van Leuven, who did all the hard work to take us all the way to a last leg decider. Looks like that hard work has been undone.
26.
So,
When you require 121.
Osborne 121 for the match and for a completed card.
Doesn't need to go the 11 route's gone, treble 7.
81.
Sets it up nicely. Van Leeuwen back on 3, 4, 5.
90. Colin, you require 40.
Tops after 12 to complete the card for Colin Osborne. Double 10.
30.
Edgy stuff there from Osborne.
45. Colin, you require
It's
10.
double 5 for Colin Osborne. It's
Yes,
win
sir.
number
On
5
the
for
match,
Colin Osborne.
Colin
The
Osborne.
Wizard completes the card. He gets the better of Noelin van Leuven by 4 legs to 3 in the final game of the session. A perfect 5. He's flying. It's Colin Osborne. That's the tail of the tape from the final match of the day. Colin Osborne getting the better of Noelin van Leuven by 4 legs to 3 in the final match of the session. That's the tail of the tape from that one. And that's a win which puts Colin Osborne to the very top of the Group A table. 10 points for him overnight. 5 wins for him overnight. Barry Copeland in second place on 6 points. Gates, Van Leuven and Shearwater all on 4 points. And Peter Maturi just the solitary win for the day. And this is how he got to that particular standing in the league table. These are the results from Monday's session. It began with a 4-3 win for Colin Osborne. It ended with a 4-3 win for Colin Osborne. Scott Mitchell's alongside me in commentary. Colin Osborne, 5 from 5, the best player of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. Set his stall out right at the start when he played Peter, and that got him up and running. And he's, like we say, he's won in different ways every day. Every game has been a different way. He's been behind, he's been in front, but he's the one. He's the one so far today. He's been the man of the day.
Scott, thank you for your company on this Monday. Plenty coming up across Pluto TV between now and our resumption tomorrow. Coming up next, the story of Gerwyn Price. Paul Nicholson and Scott Mitchell discuss Gerwyn Price's journey from rugby to darts, his tenacious competitiveness, notable achievements including becoming world champion, and his evolving relationship with the sport. Plenty of live darts coming up. We'll be back tomorrow morning from 9:30 a.m. for the resumption of Group A. That'll be what we'll be watching on Tuesday and Wednesday morning. And then Group C, including Martin Thomas, Kevin Burnett and Carl Coleman, will get underway from 1 o'clock on Thursday afternoon. Then in the nights on Thursday and Friday from 10, we'll see Scott Campbell, Gemma Hayter and Jamie Lewis all in action. And so overnight, it is Colin Osborne, that leads the way with 10 points to his name, 5 wins from 5. It is the Wizard that is flying high at the top. For myself, Henry Deacon and Scott Mitchell, thank you for your company. We'll see you at 9:30 tomorrow for the resumption of Group A. Bye for now.
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is
And that was it. And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty Harry!